Thank you for that. And now we will move to roll call, and we'll start Ms. Mayo,
I'm here.
Ms. Durkee,
Here.
Ms. Cound,
Here.
Ms. Mason.
Here.
I'm also here. So again, still made it through closed session with all 5 board members. And so the actions taken in closed session, so negotiations, where the board may discuss negotiations or provide direction to its representatives regarding represented employees pursuant to EERA. And really, what we'll hear in public comment, I think there are a lot of people weighing in on negotiations, and there is a set process to this as we look at our MOUs or memorandums of understanding as we prepare for the return to school. And really the direction that the board gave to the superintendent and staff was that, our priorities remain first and foremost the safety of our students, our teachers, our staff, and balancing that with the imperative of educating our students. And so we need to make sure that we balance both of those things. And we're appreciative of the negotiating teams from the bargaining units, as well as our own staff, who's putting an extraordinary amount of time into all of these bargaining sessions. And so we're looking forward to that process being finalized and moving forward. And so we can get back to the incredibly important mission of educating our students. So thank you for that. So that was negotiations. And then 7.2, public employee performance evaluation for the superintendent. And it was a great conversation where Dr. Clark helped share some of his thoughts regarding our board policies, and the board had a really good conversation with him about what we would look for in terms of timeline and measurements. And again, we had a lot of this planned in the past and is no longer quite as operative, because the last thing we want to do is create a burdensome process that's not reflective of the environment that we're in right now. And we're also aware as a board that there's an election coming up, and Ms. Durkee and I are both not going to be returning to the board after November. And so, not wanting to overly put a process in place that wouldn't reflect giving 2 new board members a chance when they come on. So that was the basis for the conversation. It was a good one, and we'll be having more of those with the superintendent in the coming meetings. So there was that. And so now we move along to public comment. Item 8.1. So the public may address the board regarding any item within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education of the MDUSD that is not on this agenda. These presentations are limited to 3 minutes each, or a total of 30 minutes for all speakers, or the 3-minute limit may be shortened. So again, let me say that part again. So it's a total of 30 minutes for all speakers, or the 3-minute limit may be shortened. If there are multiple speakers on any one subject, the public comment period may be moved to the end of the meeting. Speakers are not allowed to yield their time. So there are over 200 voicemails, which I think is a great indication of interest. But if we took 300, if those were at 3 minutes each times 200, that would be 600 minutes and approximately 10 hours. So instead, what we will be doing, we will, instead of 30 minutes, we're going to go 60 minutes, and we're going to listen to the first minute of the voicemail for the first 60 voicemails. I do want to share with the public that the other option is to email boardcomments@mdusd.org. And I want to clarify that, so that does go to all 5 board members, and our first meeting or 2 is just going to Ms. Mason or myself. But for the last couple of months, it has been going to all 5 board members. Everyone receives it, as well as it will be entered into the public record. And to set expectations, when due to the Brown Act, so when we were receiving in-person board comments, the board would always share the fact that due to the Brown Act, we're not really able to engage in a back and forth other than to ask clarifying questions or direct staff on particular items. And it's really the same type of thing on these written emails. So the board is receiving them, they are reading them, but we're not able to engage in a back and forth on that. Public members also always have the option. Our email addresses for each board member are listed on the website. you can email all 5 board members together. Or if you would like to receive more of a response, my suggestion would be you could each individually email each of the 5 board members. You're more likely to get a response that way, because again, if you email all 5, it becomes a bit of a gray area for board members in terms of the Brown Act, and they're less likely to respond in that scenario. So with that, I will go ahead. I will turn it over to staff and let them, again, play 1 minute from the first 60 voicemails. So we'll have 60 minutes of public comment.
Hello, my name is Carrie Kojima. I'm a district school nurse with Mount Diablo. I'm just calling to encourage the board to please work with Medea and the other unions to have an MOU agreement in place before they're deciding to start back into in-person school. I think this would be best for all safety for students as well as for staff. As the numbers of coronavirus go down towards 0, we should be working together to have this put into place so that we're not scrambling at the last minute. Also, I want to make sure that students have enough time during their lunchtime to be able to go to the school sites to get lunch so that they don't have to choose between possibly eating their only meal for the day and being in their virtual class. Lastly, I would like you to please consider, and I would encourage you to let teachers choose to be able to work from home or from their school site. We all know how we can work most efficiently, and we should be able to have that choice.
Hi, I've been with the district for over 30 years, and I'm really disheartened by the way that the district bargaining team is going about looking at the MOU for reopening the schools. What we're asking for is not the moon. It isn't out of reach. It is what makes our student stars in a safe spaceship, guided by the staff that feels safe while guiding their students safely through their learning process. Please consider and do the right thing for the staff on the front line. Don't get stuck on the politics and what looks good on paper. Thank you.
My name is Dana Tarantino. I live in Clayton. I'm a parent of a high school student and a teacher at Northgate High School. I'm calling to request that the board consider a $500 teaching stipend for this year. I just want to tell you really quickly that I have already spent over $700 of my own money just to be able to teach well for this year. I've spent $200 on individual whiteboards with graphing capabilities because I can't be certain my students will have access to graph paper and they can't do Algebra 2 without graphing. I spent $300 to upgrade my iPad so I can use a digital whiteboard that my students can actually read using an Apple Pencil because, my Lord, doing it with my finger was nearly impossible in the spring. I've spent over $200 on additional curriculum from Teachers Pay Teachers. I'm going to spend this money no matter what.
Hello, MDUSD board members. Please ensure the safety and health of teachers and students by making sure that we stay in 100% distance learning phase until there are 14 consecutive days of no new COVID-19 cases in Contra Costa County. Also, during the distance learning phase, please do not require teachers and staff to report to school sites. Thank you.
Hello, my name is April Saldivar. I am a teacher at Shore Acres Elementary, and I'd like to thank the board for listening to all voices during this time of planning during a pandemic that exposes the great inequities that exist in our district. It is up to us all to identify these inequities and find solutions that meet the needs of our students and teachers. When there are budget shortfalls, combo classes increase in schools, and particularly the Title I schools where the community's voice may not be as loud as more affluent schools. Combo classes are double the workload for teachers and can reduce the growth of student learning. Our students in Title I schools cannot risk any more of their education by bearing the shortfalls of the district's budget more than students in other schools. Affluent schools that have agreements with their parent community to disallow or reduce combo classes affects the quality of education that students in poor communities have. This is a great inequity and it must be addressed. please consider reducing this. As you are planning the reopening of our schools, teachers must be given the right to be safe and healthy. This means we must be able to teach from our homes.
Hi, my name is Laurel Burns, and I've been a teacher in Mount Diablo for 22 years. I'm concerned by some of the things I've been reading about the district's expectations of its teachers, and I would like to encourage you to direct your bargaining team to respect your teachers as professionals who have a great understanding of what is best for our students. One of my biggest concerns is that your team wants to have teachers come to campus, whether they are comfortable doing so or not, in order to distribute computers, textbooks, and other supplies to families, and then eventually spend all day, every day, teaching distance learning from their classrooms. And I have colleagues with pre-existing conditions who are scared to return to campus. So please consider the health and safety of your employees when making demands during this bargaining process. Thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
I would like to state a concern for a family member working in the district office without the option to work remotely. Work was done remotely when the shelter-in-place order was in effect, and now that positive virus cases are on the rise, remote working is no longer available for some employees. Please consider reviewing work options and ensuring compliance with state coverings for the district office. As a district office employee has tested positive for COVID-19, this is only becoming more serious and putting many people at risk every day. Thank you.
I would like to address the board regarding your proposed distance learning plan. I am an elementary school teacher, and I have concerns about the increased workload of teaching 2 grade levels. Teaching a combination class in person is difficult enough. I'm responsible for teaching 2 curriculums, completing 2 sets of student daily reports, 2 sets of assessments, 2 different report cards, etc. The amount of planning, record keeping, and screen time is enormous. Asking me to teach 2 grade levels remotely is very challenging. I need to toggle between 2 sets of data and curriculum constantly. I have not had the necessary training in technology that is required. I fear that I will not be able to teach a combination class with integrity and fidelity given the unreasonable expectations you are asking of me. Requiring me to present daily instruction live for 50% of the time is absurd. Please reconsider eliminating combination classes from your distance learning plan. Thank you.
Teacher choice of teaching from home or classroom. It's impossible to check your email 3 times a day and answer in 4 hours while teaching. And no weekly engagement report should be required. No combination classes in elementary schools, especially Title I. No teacher should be required to cover for another absent teacher while teaching. And teachers should have a choice of teaching from their home or classroom during distance learning. Hi there, I'm a classroom teacher. I teach 4th grade, and I want to thank the district for trying to serve our community in this strange time. I do need to express a concern that I have about the proposed schedule because my experience with distance learning from last term tells me that kids are, they're not able to engage online for such lengthy periods of time. So what I'm asking for is more flexibility in the schedule and more teacher discretion to be able to respond in real time to the needs that he or she sees presented by her students and their reality. For example, I have students who were unable to engage with me online until noon, being that they had to share their device or that the bandwidth would not accommodate multiple devices online at the same time.
Hi, this is a comment for Monday, July 27th board meeting. If I am required to complete distance teaching from my classroom, I expect that all requirements presented by Newsom will already be in place, including testing of staff and a plan to reduce crowding in the coffee room and bathrooms while we have record high in COVID numbers and can teach safer from home. My husband works in an office and has exposure 3 times now, and we have quarantined each time until cleared. What will the district do when I'm teaching in person and my husband has been exposed? I also read that the district is demanding that we start phasing students back to campus as soon as we are off the watch list, but they have failed to include random testing of staff in any of their protocols. I have personally experienced the proposals. I personally experienced the current wait time in Contra Costa County is 7 to 10 days, at best, up to weeks. This backup of testing would cause major disruption for in-person instructions for students in TAP. Testing needs to be readily available and results need to be quicker before we return. My students are first on the district's plan to phase in, and as their teacher, I know with certainty they won't be social distancing simply based on their needs. I also know I will have to have other adults in the room to support them. This all increases the likelihood of spread.
Hello, board members and Dr. Clark. My name is Eileen Carey, and I'm a speech-language pathologist starting my 22nd year in the Mount Diablo District. I have a few thoughts that I would like to share with you. We need a reasonable agreement that allows us to prepare for the upcoming year. We are now less than 2 weeks away from the start for returning teachers and speech-language pathologists. I encourage you to allow flexibility on where we work as teachers and therapists. Both home and school options should be allowed as many of us are caring for children or have elderly family to keep safe. Distance learning can be provided from any location. We also need up-to-date technology, clear guidelines, platforms that are FERPA compliant, training on these platforms, and a reasonable budget in order to purchase digital materials for the variety of students that we treat. Finally, we need a plan, and we need it quickly. Thank you for your time.
During these times, we still need to be flexible and understanding of all types of families in our district. Not all families in our district can afford care that ensures their students will be online at the time of instruction. Also, some teachers have their own children who need to be able to be home or be able to work from home some days or be at schools other days in order to make sure that their own kids are getting the care they need. A lot of my Title I students are left alone or at home with a grandparent that does not know how to use technology or read in English when their parent goes to work. Some need to get online after school hours when parents are home from work. There needs to be some sort of flexibility that allows for this for students who can't be online live or have parents who are not, or helpers at home that aren't able to get them online, or if their sibling has it and then have to share a tablet.
Hello, school board members, and welcome Dr. Carter to MDUSD. My name is Jim Brown, and I've worked in the district for 20 years at the upper elementary level. I have 4 questions. 1, how is the expectation for teachers with compromised health conditions without the option of working remotely in the best interest of safety? 2, how are you going to be efficient in maximizing the district's portion of the $5.3 billion state allocated funds? 3, how is Google Meet a valued commodity when it will create inequity for socioeconomically deprived students at all levels and families due to complications and limitations compared to Zoom? 4, what's driving the reasoning to retain the right to impose, assign, or require teachers to class size increase when teachers are unable to be present or complete an undefined weekly engagement record? I leave you with this thought about equity and policymaking during negotiating by Representative John Lewis, may he rest in peace. We must be headlights and not taillights. Please consider these questions as you go through your process.
I think the teachers should have their own discretion on whether or not they teach from their home or from their school site. It doesn't matter where you're teaching from as long as you're on live. All families are going through different things during this time, and not everyone can afford care or find care that's available. Or teachers should have the right to be able to bring their own child with them if they need to and be responsible for their care. And as long as they're getting their work done, which all of our teachers do, that's all that matters, because right now we need to be flexible in these weird and changing times. Plus, a lot of daycares are full or not open, and it's really hard to find anyone to be able to take care of your child if you're required to be on campus. A lot of my own students, they're home alone, or they have a grandparent with them that doesn't know how to help them online. We need to be more understanding of all types of families and all types of situations that maybe you don't have at home, but a lot of teachers and a lot of students in our district have.
Hi, some points that I'd like the board to address are as follows. First of all, I'm a first grade teacher. I'd like the board to address the number of live interactive minutes for K1 as a first grade teacher. like the board to address the following points. First, I'd like to address the number of live interactive minutes for K1. As a first grade teacher, it is unrealistic for 5 and 6-year-olds to give their attention for 90 minutes of live instruction per day. In the classroom, we're lucky to even get 10 minutes out of them. As a professional, I believe that each teacher should be able to gauge their students and decipher what number is best for each teacher. We have learned all too well from the spring that holding a Zoom meeting with 25 first graders is in no way productive. Because of this, we resorted to making videos, which is very time consuming, the planning, the execution, the retakes. Just making a 15-minute video takes over an hour. And once again, it is not at all like being in a live classroom. So I'm asking that you reduce that number of live interactive minutes.
Hello, my name is Rhonda, and I'm a 3rd grade teacher. I appreciate that we are starting the school year in distance learning, and I want to urge you to continue that until there are no new cases in our county. Also, please allow us to teach from our home, as going into the classroom would be exposing us to any other people on campus. Lastly, I hope that the district board and Medea can quickly agree to an MOU so that teachers can begin to plan for this difficult start to the school year. All stakeholders need clear expectations going forward. Thank you.
Hello, I am a teacher at Wren Avenue. I have been assigned a 3-4 combo class. I have never taught a combo, but know the stress and special structure that comes with it. Distance learning in a combination class will be extremely difficult and ineffective, especially with the proposed bell schedules of 3+ hours of Zoom calls per day on specific subjects. It's going to be really stressful for any grade to keep that schedule, let alone a combo class. I implore you to get rid of combo classes just for this year. Teachers and students need flexibility with materials and schedules. I also would like the option to work from home in case I am not feeling well or if anyone in my family becomes ill. I also would like you to look into the ventilation systems at schools. Have they been updated?
Hi, I am a special education teacher in the district, and I just wanted to say that it is extremely important to me and other teachers that I've talked to that no teacher or student be required to go on campus unless it is determined safe to return by the state and health officials, not the district board, union, or these closed-door agreements, with lack of transparency affecting teachers, us, directly. Decisions are being made without our honest input, and we are not being included by our board members especially, or feeling valued. So in no way should any teacher or student be required to go on campus or on campus teaching until it is deemed safe.
Good evening, Dr. Clark and members of the MDUSD School Board. This is Dylan Bland, science teacher at College Park High School. I'm calling today about a few critical points with the reopening plan. Number one is that I believe the current proposed schedule is far too overplanned. What are we supposed to do with only 20 or 30 minutes of check-in time some days? The Wednesday schedule should be left open to allow teachers some flexibility to work with our departments, lesson plan, create and grade common assessments, and hold office hours for all students whenever they can make it. My second point of concern is that the district's plan to require teachers to work from school sites is incomprehensibly foolish and needlessly dangerous. Teachers want the ability to work from their classrooms, but doing so on an as-needed basis makes much more sense. In closing, I urge you to trust the professionalism of teachers and staff during this time. We want to help as much as possible. Please put in place a system with the flexibility that lets us do so. Thank you for your time.
My name is Teresa Vo, and I am a teacher at Highlands Elementary. I am extremely frustrated to be mere weeks away from the start of the school year, and still we have no MOU.
During this uncertain time, teachers need to feel like we are being supported and protected. Requiring teachers to physically come to the classroom instead of doing distance learning from home will put people at risk and create a burden for working parents who are also trying to help their children with distance learning. I implore the school board to give guidance to district negotiations team that ensures teachers are protected, students get a quality education, and we are all prepared to work together. I understand that this time is uncertain, but we need to work together and listen to the valid fears of our members instead of fighting. All teachers and Medea members want to do the best for their students, but they can only do that if they feel safe.
Hi, this is Kenzie from Shalen's Preschool. I'm calling to urge you to listen to and respect teachers and honor the list of safeguards that have been drafted to protect teachers and serve students. We ask that you give us time and training to be prepared to engage in distance learning. This is tough for all of us. So please make a fair and quick decision, as it's almost August and we are feeling very anxious starting the year without appropriate and respectful direction from MDSD. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a teacher that has been in the district for going on my 10th year of teaching as a special education teacher. I just wanted to express my concern about our lack of a fair contract over the past 2 years, and the fact that what the board has brought to our attention was passed is, quite frankly, just very disturbing and appalling. How does the board hire a new superintendent with $300,000 a year salary, yet refuse to give teachers a living, increasing wage, and leave us without a contract for over 2 years and pending on the wage? Everybody says there's no money, but there is money, and it must be misfunded and misused by the closed door, lack of transparent board who claims to value teachers, however, does not actually follow through with that per your actions over the past 2 years. Thank you. Hello, my name is Jennifer Rawls. I've been a teacher in the Mount Diablo Unified School District for over 17 years. My daughter is also currently a first grade student in Mount Diablo. As a teacher and parent, I am deeply concerned with the district's lack of planning and guidance to both teachers and families regarding distance learning for the 2021 school year. As a teacher and parent of a young student, I will be doing my best to balance teaching the students in my class as well as my daughter. The district's proposal to have me report to my site daily would leave no one at home to teach and support my daughter during distance learning. The location that works best for me should be up to me. I also disagree with the district's proposal that teachers take on additional students if a colleague is out. Distance learning will be challenging enough without having new students join, without knowing each other or the routines of my class meetings and lessons. Finally, I believe that before in-person or the hybrid model of instruction can occur, teachers, staff, and Mount Diablo Unified families should be.
Hello, my name's Susie Hall Whitney. I teach at Shalen's Preschool, students aged 3 to 5, a mild moderate class. I'm calling to urge the board to listen to teachers and honor the list of safeguards that have been drafted to protect teachers and their families in the community. We ask you to give us the time and training to be prepared to engage in distance learning. Please make a fair and mindful decision as school's starting soon and teachers are feeling anxious to start the year without appropriate and respectful direction. Thank you very much for your time.
Good morning, board members. My name is Elvira Martinez, and I'm a dual language teacher at Shore Acres Elementary School. Today, I advocate for teachers and students in the name of equity, a topic that has always been important, but lately has become of utmost importance. Our Shore Acres dual language students need to know that they are being considered in every aspect of their learning, whether it be at the school they attend, the classes they're enrolled in, the resources and programs that they have available to them, or the books that they are reading. They need to know that they have equal access to everything they need to become successful. So I ask you to consider eliminating dual language combination classes so that they will have 100% access to the grade level curriculum and 100% of their teachers' time during these difficult times. Our students need to know that equity exists and the differentiation only exists when it comes to making content accessible to them. Again, in the name of equity, I ask you to please vote no on dual language combination classes at all schools.
Hi, I'm calling as a teacher and parent in the district, asking that you rethink your distance learning proposals. Working on site should not be required. I am not bringing my children to my classroom and should not be asked to. Not to mention them using shared bathrooms, shared common areas like the kitchen, and then extra cleaning for custodial staff having staff on campus. Imposing a set schedule does not take into consideration any family dynamics, working from home, essential workers, teachers, those relying on district provided lunches, etc. If teachers are required to distribute materials, that needs to be a separate paid workday, not lumped in with planning days. Email requirements should not be any different than what is expected in a normal school day, and teachers should have discretion on how long they need to thoughtfully respond to an email. Daily live instruction should be at the teacher's discretion. Not only is this unrealistic to set expectations on daily.
Hi, my name is Susan Strickler. I am a teacher at Mountain View Elementary, and I would like to voice my concern about having combo classes during this time of remote learning. It is definitely an added work in the classroom, and doing it remotely is an unfair burden on any single teacher. So I hope we'll take that in mind while we are struggling to make it work for our students. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm a teacher and a parent in this district, and I insist that we have 100% distance learning until we have 14 days with no new cases in this county. I insist that we don't have combination classes, especially during this pandemic. That's just crazy. I want us to have a safe and productive school year. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Caitlin, and I'm an elementary school special day class teacher. And I'm calling to voice my support to allow teachers the choice to choose to work from home or on site. I think that this helps to protect our most vulnerable teachers and those caring for vulnerable family members. It also allows those of us with childcare needs to better accommodate those. So thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope everyone is healthy and safe. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, esteemed board members and President Lawrence. This is an historic period for our schools in Mount Diablo. I'm asking you to demand from district administration not just a Band-Aid to reopen schools with a plan to do business as usual, i.e. all teachers back on campus, regular pre-pandemic school hours, some funding for radically different needs, etc., same funding. Instead, they could and should have taken this time to address the serious inequities of our schools, as evidenced by an atrocious achievement gap. All ideas and solutions should be on the table. I'm horrified with the idea presented that school will require attendance during pre-pandemic type bell schedules. The limiting of school attendance hours does not begin to address the need for some of our students who are financially responsible for working outside of their homes during the day, or that have siblings who need care and supervision while parents are at work in essential jobs. I worry that I will not see many of my students and that they will be harmed by the proposals to hold school during hours that do not consider their needs during this challenging period for families. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Aguilar, and I'm starting my 20th year teaching in the district. I want to thank the school board for supporting distance learning at the start of our school year as the pandemic continues. And I would like to continue to encourage the school board and the school district to work with the union and to honor the union's request for not going back in person until we have 14 consecutive days of no new cases or new deaths in our county, and to not phase in some students earlier than others back into the school. If it's not safe, it's not safe, and our health and our lives and the students and the staff should come first, because you have to have your health before you can do any learning. And I would also encourage the school board and the school district to support the union and not require staff to pass out materials to families
if it's not safe for us to be in person, and many of the teachers have and other staff have health risks, we shouldn't be mandated to expose ourselves.
I am calling in opposition to having combo classes in elementary, especially during the pandemic, but also during in-session school. K1 combo, for instance, is not equitable for our students as they have totally different needs and totally different schedules. During the pandemic and online instruction, it places an undue workload on the teacher trying to meet the needs of both age groups, both grades, and yet still try to maintain the minutes equitable for all the rest of the students that are receiving. I think that combo classes during the pandemic are a disaster. I think combo classes during regular school sessions are extremely difficult in the elementary age group.
Hello, my name is Carmen Escona, and I am a resource teacher at Pleasant Hill Middle School. I am addressing the board today because I have serious concerns about the memorandum of understanding currently being negotiated by the district and union team. There are many pieces to this district's counterproposal that are problematic, but perhaps the most egregious is the district's plan for how schools will begin physically reopening. According to the district plan, as soon as the county has been off the state COVID watch list for 14 days, phased-in, in-person instruction will begin within 3 days. Being taken off of the watch list is not an indicator we can reasonably use to determine that schools should physically reopen. If we are taken off the watch list, it means we have more hospital capacity and that our numbers are not increasing at an alarming rate. It does not mean our numbers are decreasing. It does not mean we have flattened the curve. It is completely irresponsible to physically reopen schools until there are no new cases in Contra Costa County. My name is Brenda Barnhart, and I am a second grade teacher at Strandwood Elementary. I am extremely concerned by the district's proposal that members are expected to teach distance learning from their school site with no option to work remotely. This is highly disrespectful to the many teachers and staff who have school-aged children that will also be learning online. You will be forcing them to make an impossible choice, care for their own families or go back to work. This proposal also shows the lack of trust the district has in its staff. This is why I am urging you to support the union's proposal that members be allowed to choose to work from home or their school site. And if they choose to return, may bring their own children. I'm also very concerned that members will be forced to return to school without an agreement on how to do so safely. If you do not reach an agreement with Medea, I foresee MDUSD either losing many teachers and staff members who will quit or a strike occurring.
Hi, this is Jane Enlow from Sequoia Middle School. I truly think you should support Medea's demands for distance learning. These items the union is asking for really ensures a rigorous standards-based curriculum with planning time needs addressed. I can't do a rigorous curriculum if I have to be on a computer for 6 hours a day. I have a few questions from your counter proposal. Do you really expect teachers to be on a computer for 6 hours a day? How will teachers write the weekly engagement record directed by the district? Call absentee students and parents, plan curriculum and grade. This seems like a lot to expect from an 8-hour day. As a 30-year veteran, I ask that you please reconsider Medea's demands for distance learning.
Hello, I am a teacher in the district and have been in the district for almost 20 years. Please consider giving us the flexibility that we need to balance work, take care of ourselves and our loved ones. Please allow us to work from home if we need to. If one teacher gets really sick or dies contracting COVID-19 at a site, it is not worth it. Please do not require teachers to take unnecessary risks. COVID-19 is already out of control in our community. If we require all teachers to be on campus together at every site in our district, we'll be bringing COVID-19 to many of our sites. We'll be spreading the virus. If we want to have any chance of in-person instruction this school year, we must help stop the spread of COVID-19. I have a daughter starting kindergarten. I really do not understand how it will benefit her to be required to have 90 minutes per day in front of a computer. Please support teachers and provide us with the necessary tools that we need.
Hi, my name is Elisa Roxas, and I'm a special education teacher at Shadelands Preschool Center. I would like to make a request of please open the face-to-face instruction when there are no more cases of infection in our county. Because if we open prematurely and then we have to close again, we are not being consistent with our students, especially I'm dealing with students who are very young. They're from 3 years to 5 years old. And I know if we go back to school and be face-to-face with these students, we still are going to need to use protection until we have the vaccine. And I would like the district to hire enough substitute teachers because there are a lot of people who are laid off right now. And I don't think that will be a problem. Because how are we going to take over another teacher's case?
Hi, I'm a teacher in the Mount Diablo School District, and I vote for 100% distance learning. I just want to know what accommodations are you making for teachers with underlying health conditions that put them into the highest risk group of the COVID complications? Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, my name is Nick Bever. I'm calling to object to the district's plan to create multiple combination classes in lower income schools while refusing to do the same for more affluent schools. Any social emotional benefits of combination classrooms would be blunted by distance learning. And some research indicates benefits of blended curriculum are best leveraged with carefully selected students, while this would be completely arbitrary. Less affluent students already have unstable home situations, language barriers, internet connectivity issues. Subjecting them to combination classes in service of easing the burden on more privileged students seems misguided, ineffective, and frankly tone deaf. This policy might seem unbiased from a pure numbers perspective, but it would simply be another example of how our system fails underprivileged students by giving them more barriers to overcome than blaming them if they come up short. So I would urge you to reconsider it. Thank you.
As a teacher in the district, I want to thank you for the decision to start the year with distance learning. Teachers need to have the option to work from home. It's not reasonable to force everyone to work on site, especially with shared air units and bathrooms. Teachers need to be able to protect their own health and the health of family members. On a more practical side, many of us have better internet and technology at home, as well as family members who can help us use it. I have successfully taught combo classes for many, many years. This spring was incredibly hard. Teaching a combo via distance learning is twice as hard as a single grade. All prep is doubled, and the teacher has to split the live interaction time equally between grades, so students have half the interaction of a straight grade. It's not possible to do quick check-ins with one group while you're teaching the other online. Teachers also need the flexibility to adjust their schedules to meet the needs of the students and the families that we serve. Thank you for listening.
My name is Carolyn Aguirre, ELD support for Rio Vista and Mount Diablo Elementary. I need to have access to the student files to complete my assessments of each ELL student. Therefore, I would like to voice the need of some of us teachers to have access to our classrooms at will. Do not make this mandatory, for some of my colleagues, due to their situations, must teach from home. I request that all the bathrooms stay open during the school hours to accommodate the teachers and their children, whom they must keep with them on campus. And by the way, I do not support distance learning, as I have observed from my own child in my home and the results of my ELL students that it is a huge disservice to our kids, especially our Title I students who do not have the home support that some others take for granted. All of our students need to get back to campus as soon as possible. I want to voice that keeping our students home should only be as a last resort and for as short a time period as possible. I want to go back to school. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Jeff Hagerstrand. I'm the parent of 5 kids in Mount Diablo Unified School District. I've also been teaching for 20 years in Mount Diablo Unified Schools. And I'm calling to express my deep disappointment with this school board's bargaining team. The bargaining team for the school district seems to have zero trust in teachers and is providing us, rather than with support, with no flexibility in how we can conduct our jobs under the strange circumstances of distance learning. You have students, you're proposing to have students on screens for 6 hours, which is good for no one, and makes it impossible to teach effectively. In addition to this, you're offering no suggestion for how parents of students who are also teachers are going to be able to balance this load. You have yet to agree to let us bring our kids to work, and requiring us to go into our school sites.
Hello, I'm calling to address board members of the Mount Diablo Unified School District. It's my understanding that there's a board meeting this afternoon and I have various concerns that I would like for all members to take into consideration. I'm a family member who works in the district offices and I'm highly concerned about their safety in regards to the COVID-19 pandemic. My concern began when employees were required to return to work after successfully working from home for a period of time, even though there was a new surge in COVID cases in the area. My concern was only fueled by the news of an employee within the district offices testing positive. It's my understanding that numerous safety protocols set forth by the California Department of Public Health are not being followed in the offices, including establishing physical distancing guidelines, putting disinfection protocols in place, especially in high traffic areas such as break rooms and lunch areas, enforcing the use of face coverings by employees when in common areas or shared spaces, and the list goes on. In fact, the district offices appear to be doing quite the opposite, allowing shared food in break rooms. Good evening, board members and Dr. Clark. I'm extremely disappointed with the counter proposals that were presented to the union by the district. We have been tasked with providing a rigorous curriculum that mimics the educational experience students would have received if we were not in the middle of a pandemic. This is a huge undertaking and we are up for the challenge, but I don't understand why we are not deferring to the expertise of our teachers. If you want to know what we need in order to deliver a successful online educational experience, then listen to what we are telling you we need. There shouldn't have been any counter proposals. Why would you listen to a group of people who have either never been in a classroom or haven't been a teacher in over a decade? We know our students and we know what they need because we are with them every day. If you wanted to know what a patient needed in order to get well, you would ask their doctor or their nurses. You wouldn't go to the hospital administrator. This is what we are asking you to do now. You as board members are in charge of what the district brings to the table, so I'm asking you to direct your bargaining team to discard their counter proposals and work to fulfill the original proposal requests brought to you by Medea. I believe no member should be required to report to any district site. We need to continue distance learning until 14 consecutive days of no new cases. No use of sick leave due to exposure of COVID at the site, and full pay during the distance learning. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michael Bryant. I am a parent with students in class and husband of a teacher. We're reading through your union requests, and I cannot understand exactly how you're asking the union members to take your word as a blank check that you're going to come up with a good plan when you haven't come up with one yet, and your current suggestions are already placing their lives at risk with no real gain. Need it on campus all the time, making them being responsible for passing out things that the administration should be doing. Can we go ahead and step back and revisit all of this, because what you is currently listed is inane at the best. Start over, and you don't have that much time. Get to it. You guys have a job.
Hi, my name is Lorena Murillo. I'm a dual language teacher at Shore Acres Elementary. Combination classes in the dual language program should not be considered, not now, not ever. Our family is enrolled in what was designed to be a partnership model. teaching in the dual language program is already a lot of extra planning and preparation. A dual language teacher should not have a combination class teaching 2 languages, 2 grade levels, 2 different sets of standards. The class of 31 students, all while teaching from distance learning during a pandemic. It would be the service for students to switch up the delivery of instruction, not follow the 50-50 guidelines. I ask that you please consider our families, teachers, and students by providing equitable dual language education. Please do not allow our dual language program to be watered down. Please do what is best for Shore Acres community and our dual language program in our district. Thank you for your time.
Hello there, I'm a teacher in the district, and I'm hoping that you'll consider these things at our board meeting tonight. Please ratify our contract. Please allow us to work from home this school year while we are doing distance learning. Please do not consider combo classes for this school year, and allow teachers to have autonomy over our own work schedules. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rosie Reed. I am a teacher at Ignacio Valley High School, and I have 5 kids in 5 different MDUSD schools. I'm calling to address MDUSD's proposed responsibilities for teachers and the schedule they have proposed for students for the coming year. First, there's way too much time on Zoom. The requirements for Zoom for high school, the requirements for instruction for high school from the state say 4 hours, and this schedule has them on Zoom for 3.5 hours. That doesn't actually leave any time for them to be reading, writing, doing math, doing art, learning. Now, I know there's this idea that they'll be somehow doing that during the scheduled Zoom time, but it doesn't work that way. And anybody who has been on Zoom a lot in a day knows how much Zoom itself fries your brain. And we want our kids to be able to actually learn instead of just spending their days on Zoom. I'm also calling to address the requirement for teachers to work from school. There is no need for teachers to work from school if the district trusts teachers to do their job.
Hello, my name is Denise Marks. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Ayers Elementary. I'm calling the school board to plead with you to keep us at 100% distance learning until it is safe for us and our students.
Hi, I'm a Mount Diablo Unified School District teacher with an MDUSD kindergarten student. I'm asking the board to please give the safety of our children, students, and family the highest priority and allow teachers to teach distance learning lessons from the safety of their homes. The district's bargaining team is requiring teachers to have unsafe practices, and they have unrealistic expectations, which will require teachers to work 13-hour days. Live and recorded instruction should be developmentally appropriate to the attention level of the students, about 30 to 45 minutes long. It is unfair to ask teachers to respond to hundreds of emails in a few hours or take on additional students from teachers that are absent while distance learning. I'm asking the board to please make sure that we put the safety of our children and our students and teachers in the highest priority. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Blanca Sandoval-Vega. I'm calling from Shore Acres Elementary. I'm a teacher, and there are a few points that I want to bring up to the discussion. And number one is that combo classes are only happening in poor schools. Affluent schools have agreements with parents to not have combo classes. This is inequity in action. Students in affluent schools receive a greater learning environment based on community status. Stop that with Title I schools, please. Number two, the district wants teachers to work from their classrooms to provide distance learning. This is unsafe and an unfair labor practice. We know that sharing campus facilities is risky to our health, and the district should not be imposing these on its employees. Also, we know that at schools, we don't have extra support for cleaning up.
Hi, my name is Valerie Krieger. I'm a teacher at College Park High School. I'm calling in regards to my concern over having teachers actually come onto campus, as we would be using the same bathroom and the same facilities, even though there are no students on campus. And the other side is, honestly, my technology at home is actually much better than what I have at school to facilitate distant learning. So thank you for your consideration, and have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Hi, my comment is for the board. I am a 9-year educator. I've been working within this district for 3 years now. I just wanted to share with the board that I think it's unconscionable that you are asking us to return to school to work on distance learning. I want to remind you that Kimberly Chavez Lopez Bird died in Arizona after returning to work in person on distance learning. It was noted that all the teachers who shared the classroom used proper precautions, wore masks and gloves, used hand sanitizer, and socially distanced, yet all of those teachers contracted the virus. Your plan to have us all return back to work in person on distance learning may lead to you losing many teachers to illness and death. Unacceptable. Do better.
I do not believe teachers should be required to work in their classrooms. We are professionals and it is unsafe. We have shared restrooms, shared areas that we are going to have to use. Who's going to keep those sterile between each person? Teachers should have a choice whether or not they work in the classroom, or for the more high-risk teachers, they can choose to work at home.
Hi, I'm a teacher at Strandwood Elementary School, and requiring the Medea members to be on campus while you're not requiring students to be on campus is completely backwards. If students are not safe on campus, then neither are teachers.
Hello, board members and Dr. Clark. I am a teacher and parent in the Mount Diablo School District, and I'm very concerned about some of the elements in the district's proposal for distance learning. One, the proposal that teachers work from the school site all day is unreasonable. One, it serves no purpose and negatively affects teachers with school-age children. More importantly, we don't have the technology needed to support any kind of synchronous learning or videotaping in the classroom. Our desktops don't have webcams, and most of our document cameras don't have microphones if we even have a document camera at all. So how are we supposed to create distance learning for our students when we don't have the technology in the classroom? Secondly, the rigid schedule and the idea of maintaining a site's current bell schedule is not tenable. Students cannot sit in front of a computer for 7 to 8 hours a day. While I know that teachers can make distance learning relevant and meaningful, it will not be the same as in-person learning, so there's no reason for it to be structured that way. Teachers are already anxious.
Yes, I do not believe that Medea members should be required to distribute computers, books, and supplies. I don't have a problem with people getting them ready, but many of us are high risk, so we should not be out there distributing them and having the additional exposure.
Yes, hi, I'm calling in regards to concerns with no fears circulated between rooms, and it's a concern because I don't have control over the automatic timer. It is always on when I enter my room and I always have to shut it off. I am worried that the air in my room is mixed with air from other rooms. Nobody seems to be able to answer my questions on how it's activated and who controls the switch. Similar to the cruise ship back in March, many people were infected with COVID circulation of air, and nobody can be certain if they have been infected with COVID if they're asymptomatic. This is the concern also if your teachers to stay at school, but for the length of the period, using restrooms, and anybody that enter the classrooms throughout the day. Thank you.
Hi, I'm an elementary school teacher. I teach 5th grade. I'm very concerned about the schedule that has been put up for us for teaching and for our students to learn. I feel that it's the discretion of the teachers to set a schedule for the grade level and the school and their own students as they feel is fit. Our own children will be learning at the same time, so we're going to need to set a schedule for teaching our students and our own children. We need to be able to set our own schedule, not the one that the district puts out for us. Distance learning is different than in-person learning, and so therefore it should have different requirements and different scheduling.
Teachers need the flexibility to be able to do our job for what's best for kids. Let the teachers make their own schedule within the requirements of the school day. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nancy Coffey. I'm a resident and a teacher. Medea teachers have spent a lot of time volunteering their hours this summer to write a carefully crafted 12-page recommendation for starting the school year. The board needs to see that, and they need to direct management to follow it. Some of the recommendations that management are making are ridiculous. Please listen to the Mount Diablo Unified School District teachers. Thank you. Bye.
As a district employee, a teacher at a high school here, I don't feel that the district's counterproposal to Medea's MOU takes into consideration what we learned from our experience as teachers during distance learning. It feels like you're piling things on in an effort to make us look strong as a district, but actually you're weakening our ability to do our job and teach our students. What doesn't seem to be taken into consideration is the amount of time that teachers need to adequately plan and prepare, to give good, detailed feedback to students, and to contact students individually to make sure that they're okay. It feels like you're treating the distance learning time as equal to the time in a regular school day and a regular school year, and they're not equitable. They're not the same. Secondly, the district wants to require us to work from campus, which actually I would like to do, but I'm assuming that that means you're going to equip each classroom with webcams, with microphones, and have them all installed and ready to go before school starts. Right now, my setup at home is much better, and I think it's probably like that.
Yes, I do not believe that hybrid classes should begin until bargaining teams have reached an agreement on safe working conditions. Without that agreement, there is no guarantee our teachers, Medea members, or any other staff are going to be safe from the virus. Thank you.
Hi, I am an elementary school teacher, 3rd grade, and I am concerned that the district is asking us to come back in person 5 days a week to do distance learning. I have a 10-month-old child at home that I suddenly need childcare for in 2 weeks or whenever the school is reopening. And I don't know how to find that when my grandparents and former childcare are all very high-risk groups. I'm also concerned that it places a lot of mistrust in your teachers when a lot of other professions are allowed to do their jobs from home, and we can also do our jobs effectively from home. I hope you consider this in reopening plans. Thank you. Bye.
Well, I believe it's reasonable to require us to check our teachers to check their emails 2 or 3 times a day on a working day. I do not believe it's reasonable to require us to answer those emails within 4 hours. Depending on when that email was sent, if it would not be reasonable. And even when we are in the classroom working, we tell our parents and our families that you should expect a reply within 24 hours. Unless it's something urgent, there is no reason that it should be within 4 hours.
Hi, this is Sylvia Amico, speech therapist. My comment is the following. Start school the day after Labor Day. That gives you another 30 days to clean the schools and get those pods ready for kids and break up the kids. And then you just extend the school year into June without taking away anybody's vacations, including spring break and Christmas. You can still have those, okay? So please, you don't have the Jewish holidays off and you don't have election day off. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. You can't get 180 days in. You can get them in and there's no problem. And you can do a combination of distant learning and in-house learning. Goodbye.
Hi, I would like to ask the board to allow teachers to work remotely. Many of us are providing educational support for children. We've already established remote learning and teaching strategies that are effective. Forcing us into classrooms will only negatively impact our ability to provide quality instruction. So forcing a control on where distance learning occurs seems like a very bad idea in these difficult times. Thank you.
Good evening to the MDA
MDSD board and guests. My name is Jeff Rico, and I'm a teacher at Oak Grove Middle School. I will make it short and simple. The resumption of school year that the district proposed can be described in one word: distrust. I am amazed how this district bragged about equity but could not come out with a sound decision to protect its employees. There is no equity if the district distrusts our teachers. There is no equity if the district undervalues the tremendous effort the teachers did in recent distance learning. There is no equity if the district sacrificed the safety of teachers and its students. Thank you.
And that concludes 1 hour of voice comments.
Great, thank you very much for that. We will move to item 9.1, which is district organizations. At regular board meetings, a single spokesperson of each recognized district organization may make a brief presentation. Items are limited to those which are informational. We do have an attachment here from Nita Johnson, president of Medea, which I will go ahead and read. Dear school board, I appreciate all of your efforts to lead MDUSD through these difficult times. I am very concerned about the proposal requirement that all members physically report in person to their site every morning and stay there until the end of site time on every workday. Although no students would be present, that many people use the same restrooms all day still presents too great of a risk that people will be exposed to the virus and may die. I cannot implore you strongly enough to please eliminate this requirement from your plans. While all other concerns pale in comparison to my concerns that members' lives may be put in jeopardy, I understand the bargaining process must happen quickly. Therefore, I want to inform you of my other concerns. Students in combination class are at risk of receiving less daily live interaction simply due to the time constraints that would be faced by the teachers. Teachers of combo classes last spring let us know that these classes were twice as much work and that the workload was unsustainable. While I understand that there could be additional costs depending on how the problem is solved, I ask that you commit to addressing this issue. There are several teaching positions scheduled for elimination on tonight's docket. I suggest that these positions be instead transferred to sites facing combo classes. I also believe that elimination of combo classes is an appropriate use of learning loss funds. I also believe there are no-cost ways to solve this problem that the teams could explore. I'm also concerned at your proposal to begin the hybrid phase 3 days after permitted by state and county officials, even if the bargaining teams have not reached agreement on working conditions and safety standards. It is the responsibility of the bargaining team to negotiate safe working conditions. The team hopes to begin negotiations regarding the hybrid phase immediately after agreement is reached for the distance learning phase. My hope is that we will be ready with an agreement for hybrid well before the phase needs to begin. I understand the need for urgency, but a request to give up our rights to bargain is inappropriate. The district proposes requiring members to distribute computers, books, and supplies. Our hope is that teachers' time will be respected so that they can focus on planning and providing instruction. The district proposes requiring members to answer all emails within 4 hours. I believe this is an unrealistic standard that I cannot meet even though I am not providing instruction. I can imagine a teacher ending a block of synchronous instruction and small group work and then finding that they have 2 hours in which to return 100 emails. It is just not a reasonable request. The district proposes requiring members to substitute for absent teachers. While I understand that the district has failed to recruit a sufficient number of qualified substitutes, I again ask that teachers' time be respected as they undertake the challenging work of providing high quality distance learning. There are many other issues related to the distance learning phase, but I realize that your time is limited, so I ask that you focus on resolving these issues at this point in time. Regarding other items on the board docket, I am concerned about the elimination of librarians. I understand the positions are vacant, but what is the plan for providing library services for students at schools that do have librarians? I am also concerned about the elimination of vocal music instructors. While these positions are not identified as being at any one site, there is still a capacity issue. Are you sure that all students will receive these services with less staff? How will this be possible? I know that I am not alone in these concerns. Many people would appreciate hearing the answers spoken out loud by board members during the meeting. Such comments would greatly improve communication between the board and the public. Thank you again for all you are doing in these challenging times. Take care and stay safe. Anita Johnson, President Medea. All right. Thank you, Anita. And so we now move along to review and potential approval of personnel appointment, the principal of Northgate High School. Dr. Clark.
Yes, indeed. So we have a principal for Northgate High School that we'd like to bring forward to the board for potential approval. I would like to, this is my first time doing this, so I read the bio first, right?
That's correct.
All right, good. All right, so we are, Mount Diablo Unified School District is pleased to announce the appointment of Kelly Cooper as the new principal of Northgate High School. Ms. Cooper is a MD-USD alum, having attended Sequoia Elementary and Middle School and graduating from Ignacio Valley High School. She went on to Long Beach State University on a full athletic scholarship, earning her degree in kinesiology and athletic training and becoming board certified as a certificated athletic trainer. She returned to MD-USD via College Park High School as the head athletic trainer for 3 years, and then moved to her alma mater, Ignacio Valley High School, to begin her 17-year teaching career. She has 5 subject area teaching credentials, and during her time at YV, taught physiology, biology, Renaissance leadership, PE, dance, sports medicine, and career transition. She also served many leadership roles as a performing arts department chair, the PBIS and Link Crew coordinator, head athletic trainer, musical theater producer, sports medicine internship coordinator, just to name a few. She moved into administration at Northgate High School, where she has served the community there for the last 3 school years as vice principal. She has been responsible for the master schedule, athletics, student activities, performing arts, standardized testing, and more. And she has served as a valuable resource and support for staff, students, and the parent community during her time there.
Mr. President, I move we approve the appointment of Kelly Perkins as principal of Northgate High School.
Kelly Cooper.
Oh, I'm sorry. Kelly Cooper. Sorry, Kelly.
I'll second.
All right, motion Ms. Counts, second Ms. Durkee. Ms. Durkee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Count, how do you vote?
Yes, for Kelly Cooper.
All right. Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
I also vote yes, passes 5-0. Congratulations, Kelly, and congratulations to Northgate High School. I know she's done a phenomenal job there for the past 3 years in her role after having moved over from Ignacio Valley, and I know she'll continue to do great things there. So congratulations to her. All right, so we move along to item 10.2, review and potential approval of personnel appointment, Principal Rio Vista Elementary.
Yes, so the administrative team would like to recommend to the board Janice Hedin Matola, and Mount Diablo Unified School District is pleased to announce the appointment of Janice Hedin Matola as the new principal of Rio Vista Elementary School. Janice Hedin received her bachelor's degree from Cal State Hayward. She began her educational career at Cambridge Elementary, teaching 4th and 5th grades for 14 years. She attended St. Mary's College, where she received her master's degree in teaching leadership. She left the classroom and became a teacher on special assignment, where she spent 5 years coaching teachers, teacher teams, and developing and implementing site and district professional development. Wanting to connect back with a single staff and students, she acquired her administrative credential. She spent the last year working as the vice principal at Bel Air Elementary. Janice is the proud mother of her 2 sons, Nicholas and Harrison. Nicholas is 26 and Harrison is 23. Nicholas is a technician for Contra Costa Electric, and Harrison is a heavy equipment mechanic for the U.S. Air Force. Janice and her sons are products of the Mount Diablo Unified School District. In her spare time, Janice enjoys her dog, chickens, spending time at her family's cabin in the Sierra, and gardening.
All right. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that we approve the appointment of Janice Heaton Montola as the principal for Rio Vista Elementary and state that I'm very happy that she's staying in Bay Point.
Second.
All right, motion Ms. Mason, second Ms. Mayo. Ms. Mayo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Durkee,
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. Congratulations to Janice and congratulations to Rio Vista. And as Ms. Mason said, I think it's fantastic that she remains there in the Bay Point community, which I think we've heard strongly from that they are big fans. And so congratulations to both the school and to Janice. All right, we move along to item 10.3, review and potential approval of personnel appointment, Chief of Human Resources, Dr. Clark.
Yes, so the Mount Diablo Unified School District is pleased to announce the appointment of John Rubio as the new Chief of Human Resources. Originally from Wilmington, Delaware, Dr. John Rubio started his career in education as a Teach for America teacher in 1992 in the city of Compton and also in South Central Los Angeles. At a K-12 school as a secondary teacher immediately after the
Oh, Dr. Clark, I think we lost you there. We'll give them a second to come back. Okay, we see you, but now we don't hear you. Can you check volume? We're still not hearing you.
Just unmute.
Yep.
There we go.
All right, back to business.
Yes, so immediately after the 1992 Los Angeles riots, he also worked with the nonprofit Los Angeles Educational Partnership during the 90s, and it's LEARN, L-E-A-R-N, Educational Reform Movement in Los Angeles as the lead representative to LA Unified, to United Teachers of Los Angeles, and to UCLA, where he received his doctoral degree. He began his administrative career serving briefly as one of 4 assistant principals at Santa Monica High School, while also serving as an academic coach for the district. And in 1998, he was recruited by San Francisco Unified based on the recommendation of the founder of the Frederick Douglass Academy in Harlem and author of Nothing's Impossible by Dr. Lorraine Monroe. Dr. John Rubio has served as a high school, middle school, and elementary school administrator, as the leader for classroom educational technology for all San Francisco Unified, where he supported over 100 principals, as an assistant superintendent of educational services and curriculum, as superintendent of a small school district, and most recently as associate superintendent of the East Side Union High School District. Dr. Rubio has spent the last 6 years as the lead district negotiator and collaborator with CTA and CSEA in both of his last 2 districts, and has a great amount of experience in legal and human resources issues. So a quote from Dr. Rubio: "I'm excited to get to know everyone in the district, and I'm looking forward to supporting all of the great work and all the great work of the employees in Mount Diablo." So without any further ado, we do have Dr. Rubio visiting us, but I'm going to now put it in the hands of the board.
All right, thank you, Dr. Clark. Board, do we have a motion?
Mr. President, I move that we approve the appointment of Dr. John Rubio for Chief of Human Resources.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Count.
Second.
Okay, second by Ms. Mayo, of the motion by Ms. Count. Ms. Mayo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Count?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Congratulations, Dr. Rubio. Very excited to have you joining us, and welcome. And if you'd like, we'd love to give you a chance to say hello. And if there's anyone that you'd like to thank who's watching from home, please feel free.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I just want to say really excited to be working with you and working with the new superintendent and the staff, and look forward to supporting everyone. And I'll see you all in the morning. So
Right.
thank
So
you very
that
much.
was one of the things Dr. Clark told me. So you are starting with us tomorrow, correct?
Okay, yes, absolutely.
Fantastic. Hit the ground running. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So we move along to item 10.4, review and potential approval of personnel appointment payroll manager.
Yes, the Mount Diablo Unified School District is pleased to announce the appointment of Kimberly Walker. Kimberly Walker is a payroll professional with over a decade of experience serving in both the private and public sectors. She is currently working as an accounting technician 2 for the city of Hercules and specializes in all aspects related to in-house payroll processing. Kimberly is a powerful force in the workplace and uses her positive attitude to encourage and foster an atmosphere of growth and continual improvement, both professionally and personally. She works hard to ensure others have the tools, information, and assistance they need to be successful. She has managed staff teams of 12 employees in the past. A strong believer in continuing education, Kimberly is currently attending Cal State University East Bay and working towards earning a degree in business administration, with her concentration being in finance. Kimberly holds an associate's degree in applied science for technology and an associate's degree in science for business administration. So with that, I'll put it in the hands of the board.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Clark. Do I have a motion from the board?
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the appointment of Kimberly Walker as a payroll professional. I'm sorry, that's not the exact title. Payroll manager in the Mount Diablo School District.
I'll second that. Go ahead, Joanne.
All right.
All right. So motion, Ms. Mayo, second, Ms. Durkee. Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Counts?
Yes.
And I also vote yes, passes 5-0. Welcome, Kimberly. Excited to have you come on over from Hercules and help us out with payroll. Thank you very much. All right, congratulations. And I believe that wraps up our public appointments for this evening. With that, we move along to our roadmap to reopening, our update for the fall 2021. Dr. Clark, over to you.
Yes, so again, this has been this has been an ongoing process, and I just want to thank the team for their work, for being so nimble in putting together the original plan and then quickly shifting to what the board is going to be presented with this evening. However, I just want to be clear that we are committed to the safety of all of our students, all of our staff members, and with doing that, we want to ensure that there is high quality instruction and high quality feedback for all students, and that our teachers have the tools and resources in order to do that, and that support staff as well has the tools and resources to support all students. So with that, I will turn it over to the district team to present our roadmap.
Thank you very much. I'm actually going to give the mic over to Dr. Aguili, who will be starting off this evening.
Hello, thank you for listening to our presentation this evening. I appreciate that. Small technical difficulty as I got booted off of Zoom, but I'm happy to be back. If we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so today I wanted to talk a little bit about the plan that we'll be rolling out, and I know that everybody is anxious to get specifics in order to be able to plan for the upcoming school year. But I do want to remind everybody that our plans are a work in progress. We are certainly in discussions with all of our bargaining units, and we're also paying close attention to all of the changing guidance orders and directions that are coming through. But we definitely agree that we need to give you a plan for our families and our teachers in order that we can be prepared to open school and get going on the most important job we have, which is that students.
Wendy, we appear to have lost you.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so we wanted to start out by reminding everybody that the governor gave an update and he made some requirements. And the first one of those requirements was that all students have access to devices and connectivity. We know that that's a huge equity issue across the state, and the governor's committed quite a bit of money in order to support that. And we are actively working on that process within the district. Another key component of his message was that we do have daily live interaction between teachers and students, and also between students and each other. That was pretty clear in his message. The most important part, however, was that the rigor of the assessments and the assignments should be roughly equivalent to an in-person class. He felt it was very important to state that our children continue to learn along with their peers, and that we offer those opportunities. And in addition, that our English language learners and special education students also have their lessons adapted in order to meet their specific needs. The governor also provided guidance for the state that he was requiring masks for all staff members and students in grades 3 and above. And he was also strongly encouraging masks for those who were younger. He also said that physical distancing was required between staff and students, and also between students themselves, as recommended. And in addition, once school does resume in person, that staff get tested regularly in cohorts in order to ensure that the virus is not spreading amongst asymptomatic carriers. But those things won't come into place until such a time that our schools can return to any sort of in-person instruction, and that cannot happen until we've been off the county watch list for 14 days at a bare minimum, and that doesn't include our other processes that we're going through with our bargaining units. So for now, the last 3 buttons do not apply, however, the first 4 do. Next slide, please. We're continuing our work. We know that we put out our initial opening plan, and we have since revised that. It's actually been revised into 2 documents. The first is a document that goes to our school staff, and then the second is one that's another public document that certainly updates our most current information, and that should be available on the website in the next couple of days. Next slide, please. And as we continue to monitor and our work groups are continuing to meet, we are also continuing to track the virus spread as it goes through our county and our state and our country. As you can see, this information was taken as of July 21st. That was 6 days ago. However, within the last 6 days, the number of cases has jumped to 7,073. The number of people currently in the hospital is 101, and the number of total deaths is 104 across our county. So you can see our numbers do continue to climb. However, our next slide, please. I mentioned earlier that the county is able to reopen schools at a bare minimum when we are off the watch list. However, in order to get off the watch list, we have to meet 3 criteria. The first one is the availability of ICU beds, which we are met that requirement. The next one is hospitalizations decreasing, and we have that. What we don't have is the number of cases per 100,000 over a 14-day spread. And currently, that number is much higher than it was when it was taken back on July 22nd. Over the weekend, this 109 number peaked out at 148. And as of today, that number is 134.6. So we did see a large number of increasing cases at the end of last week. Again, it's slightly decreased this week, but we do not know if that's a trend or just a part of the other wave. Next slide, please. When we began this process, we also went ahead and did a staff survey, and we opened it up to all of our staff members. And I want to start out this review of data by recognizing that none of our surveys can be accurate, but we did feel like it was really important. We knew that some of our bargaining units were collecting their own data and that information was shared with us, but we felt like holistically it would be useful to us to collect some information. The full record of the responses should be available on our website under the link for the reopening, road to reopening. So when we did our survey, we put it out to everybody. The majority of the respondents were teachers. We had about 6% of the respondents, and there were about 1,662 respondents as of about 10 minutes ago. About 6% of them were special education related service providers. We also had about 11% here. This golden number was our classified classroom staff. The 68% large number, again, was the classroom teachers. 4% was our administrative staff. And about 2% was our central office and clerical staff. And all of the other groups were mixed in there. And they certainly, put the classification they were working in. So largely teachers, but we did have some representatives from other groups too as they responded. And we asked a series of questions about reopening. Next slide, please. What we asked really was about physical, if school were to reopen, how comfortable would you be working? And again, we realize there's bias. Some people obviously who feel on either end strongly of the spectrum are going to be more likely to complete a survey. But we basically had about 12% say, yeah, they would feel comfortable as long as all of the physical distancing and the other protections were in place. And about 23% said they would be just comfortable. 26% said they were not sure, and I'm sure that was because they didn't know what sort of safety precautions were going to be in place for them. And over on the other end, we had about 17.4% who said no, they would absolutely be very uncomfortable, and 17%. So about a third of our people responding to the survey said very uncomfortable, do not want to return in a physical capacity, and about the same said yes, they would want to do that. The others said NA, and we believe that's because those are the staff who either work at the central office or who do not interact with students every day, or in our other departments, such as our maintenance operations types of things. Next slide, please. And then we also asked them, we knew we would have either hybrid or distance learning when we took this, when we administered.
Wendy, unfortunately, it seems like we've lost you again.
Okay, my computer keeps kicking out. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what's happening with the internet in this room. So when we surveyed them about being comfortable on the platforms, what we saw is that about 25% of them, about a quarter of them, were very comfortable, and another 40% were comfortable. So about 2/3 of our staff were very comfortable providing online instruction, which was a very good sign. Here's the group where we want to meet here. This small group here of about 12% who were uncomfortable or very uncomfortable, because we know that we are teachers and educators, and our goal for our students as well as ourselves is continually to learn. So here we see a good opportunity to go ahead and grow in that area of supporting students, although we do know that everybody, about 2/3 of them were comfortable, like we said. About 13% of the people did not apply, and again, those were not the classroom instructors. Next slide, please. Our staff also reported when we asked them about childcare, we knew that would be a factor for a lot of our members, our employees, and we know that we heard a lot about that this evening, about having competing responsibilities, and we know that's true across the nation and the world, actually. So in our survey respondents, again, we had about 1,600 of them. About 40% said no, childcare was not an issue because they did not have children. And about a quarter of our staff said yes, childcare would be an issue and it would be a factor for them as they return to the school. Next slide, please. Okay, and this slide is a new one for us, but it's something that we really wanted to be clear as we opened. I don't really think anybody envisions that we open in the 3 clean phases like we've talked about. We've talked about the 3 models, the distance learning, the hybrid learning, and the in-person learning. And I think what we really wanted to show is that we know that this will be a progression. We'll start out with distance learning, and then before we get to full hybrid, there will be limited hybrid, maybe for smaller groups of students. And then as we go into the hybrid model where everybody's coming part-time simply because of physical distancing, then we'll need to get to more people coming where the whole class comes back again. But we know even when that happens, we won't return to phase 5, which is the full normal. Everybody comes and plays with each other and, hugs their friends and, has the shared cookies. That won't happen for a long time. We know that we'll be in the first few phases for quite some time. The presentation disappeared. Okay, next slide, please. So what we wanted to talk about today is our new reopening plan, the updated version of it. And here will be the topics that we will go through today for you. And so I won't read through all of those, but just know as we go through, the new reopening plan will have a section about the calendar, which we will talk about this evening, how we register, and all of those things going through there. But we know the most important thing for today is routine schedules and instruction. Next slide, please. Okay, so we want to talk about the distance learning overview, and we've already talked about that from the governor's message, that we are supposed to have daily live interaction with certificated employees and peers for purposes of instruction, progress monitoring, and maintaining school connectedness. We think that that's really important, that we go ahead and have an increase on that. We heard from our community members that that was critical, and we know that our students require that direct instruction to learn. We also know that a daily or weekly schedule is going to be really important to help our families plan, and that includes our families who are not only teachers in our district, but the other 30,000 students that we serve. The presentation appears to be missing from my slide again, but I will continue to read from my printed version. Also, when we return from school, we will be assigning letter grades. We know that in the spring semester that students were held harmless. However, we do believe that that may have been a factor in some of the students participating. So we do plan on assigning grades through either letter grades or the standards-based grading protocol in the younger grades. But we also know that grades are not the be-all and end-all for assessment, that students need regular feedback. They need to know how they're doing. They need feedback on different assignments. So we plan on doing that. I think we've skipped ahead. We need to go back a slide. Okay, we also are required to have attendance logs to make sure that the students are attending each day, and required to follow through on students who are not engaging with 60% or lower. So we need to go ahead and be sure that we are documenting who is participating. Again, we knew that the numbers in the spring were not 100%, and we want to make sure that every one of our students is accessing the educational program that we're offering. So we're going to be working on that through both a combination of obviously our teachers reaching out as they normally would, taking attendance, but also a follow-up system like we normally have through SARD process, and also our counselors, hopefully, that we can get them engaging students as they're not participating. We also are continuing to ensure that our students have access to Chromebooks in order that they can get onto the internet, and that also includes their Wi-Fi. And that as we go ahead, that our staff are also trained in those protocols and know how to use them. And we plan on doing those trainings when school starts. Next slide, please. And speaking of that, usually throughout the school year, we have multiple professional development days. We usually have one in October and one in March. And what we would like to propose to you, the school board, for this year is that we move those 2 days from later in the year to earlier in the year, because we really feel like it's important for two things. We heard loud and clear from our staff that many of them do feel comfortable with online platforms, but we also know some of them don't. We also know many other things will look different, such as attendance, participation, classroom discipline, documentation, classroom management, student engagement, all of those things. So we want to make sure we provide those opportunities. And we also need to make sure teachers have the time to do what they need to do as professionals in order to plan their own instruction as we're in the distance learning model, because we know that will look a little bit different. So what we would like to propose this evening is that we move those days from the middle of the year to the beginning of the year, and that those days then become instructional days in order that we can maintain the same number of days of instruction for students so they don't miss out on any more learning time. And this change would move the first day of school to Monday, August 17th, which actually makes more sense than starting school on a Thursday. Okay, next slide, please. We are continuing with our registration and enrollment. These systems have been up for a while and new students can still enroll through our ARES online system, and they can make appointments to take residency documents to schools. We also, and that does include students who live in the undesignated high school area. They also can register online, and then there's a process by which they can choose their school that they would like to opt into. Families who will not attend will complete the 2020-21 enrollment update. And as of a few moments ago, we've had 48 students only say that they will not attend at this time. About 8 of those 48 were moving out of the district, and the other 40 were split about 50-50 between private schools in the area and online charter schools. We also will assign all of our students to a classroom teacher as they normally would as part of our enrollment processes, and also the 6th through 12th grade students will be assigned as normal, and that particular teacher will be responsible for their distance learning program. New slide, please.
Can I ask a question on that previous slide? Or do you want us to wait till the end for questions?
I'm okay either way.
Okay. Just on the registration, if a family is interested in Horizons home study or independent study, do they go to this location, or is that even an option at this point?
The high school program is still accepting applications, but the elementary program is full at this time.
Okay. So for the high school program, would this be where they go, or do they need to go straight to the school?
I believe they can go to this system and register through here.
Okay.
The elementary program is full at this time. It is not accepting applications.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, so routines and schedules. Obviously, we think that it's really important and we would like to establish those things. So again, the daily contact needs to occur. We need to have documentation of participation. We are required to complete a weekly participation log for the online activities, which can also, in addition to those online participation, can also include completion of assignments, completion of assessments, and just contacts between the parents and the students and the teacher. We are also proposing that we streamline the number of educational platforms. And to be clear, we are not trying to limit how teachers contact students. What we're aiming for is a program where the teachers will have a Google Classroom set up, and each site will have a page set up for distance learning. And then it's very clear to parents as they log on to that school site, click here for our distance learning page, click here for this teacher's classroom. And what we envision is the assessments and the assignments and the due dates and all of those things will be in that classroom. We think it'll be helpful for parents to track and monitor things those way as far as their child's participation in school. That does not preclude a teacher from supplementing with other programs, especially if they're, found them to be successful. And but this will be sort of a main catch place where it's consistent. Families know where to go, and they're not hunting all over for those things. We want to improve our game on that. So, and again, we hope to provide daily and weekly schedules to families in order that they can plan their week. And especially, if there are multiple kids in a home, that they can make sure that they plan their time and their internet use accordingly. And we know that some families were sharing devices. We do anticipate an increase in the number of devices we'll be handing out this year as there's more accountability for our students to participate. Next slide, please. Okay, and Lisa, I'm going to let you take this slide, and then Jen will take over from here.
So since the board pretty much made the decision and gave the staff direction back on July 13th to shift toward starting the school year in a distance learning phase, we've really been doing a 180 in the Technology Information System, the TIS department, to try to make sure that we are as prepared as possible for as many of our students that are going to need devices at the beginning of school. So what we're looking at this point, assuming that the calendar does actually change, we would have 5 days of distribution the week before school starts. We would be doing that distribution similar to the way that it was done back in March. We have hotspots that have arrived. We would be looking at identifying a district need, a need survey, and identifying where those would go, but parents would need to contact the school site to let them know that those devices were needed. We would also be sharing information about low cost and free internet services that are available for families, similar to what is on our district website. And there was a meeting earlier today with a number of team members, including Adult Ed, the help desk, the EL program, and parent liaisons, to really find out how we can best support families in being able to access this information, as well as taking a look at parent trainings for all of the different platforms that will be used, and even things like ARIES, because we realize that many of our parents don't have ARIES. Some of our parents don't even have email addresses. And that was a fairly lengthy conversation about how multiple departments in the district can really team up to make sure that that support is taking place. When it comes to staff training, I know that we've been working as many departments have in getting ready for not only our new teachers returning, but our teachers returning, our administrators come back next week, and having time in all of those different groups to be able to provide the staff training on Seesaw or on Google Classroom or on ARIES, as well as Illuminate. And then making sure that we've got the means by which to have staff distributing the materials that students will need as well. Next slide, please.
So I'm going to take over from here. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Kind of the good news as we kind of zero in on instruction for a full-time distance learning model is that we really plan just high engaging, high quality instruction. So we take a look at a scope and sequence of standards, really identifying the essential of the essential. We break that down to determine what do we want to teach each quarter, and then what do we want to teach, what do we want our students to learn during the week. And then we build a daily lesson plan. So whether or not you start with the large picture of the year and you bring it back to the individual day lesson, or you build on up, this is just the way that many of our teachers, our professionals in the classroom, did in a brick and mortar, and they continue to do with a full-time distance learning model. Next slide, please. So the good news also is that we've got prioritized standards. We've got 2 curriculum specialists that have been working with teachers on special assignment, or TOSAs, along with department chairs, as well as grade level leads over the last several years. And so what we're going to be providing to teachers are updated documents where it's really a plug and play. They can go to elementary, middle, and high. And this is actually housed in a Google Classroom for our educators. They can identify their grade level, their subject area, and it has scope and sequence. It has English language arts, let's say, or Spanish language arts standards. It will have math information. So we wanted to kind of show you some of the resources that are immediately available. They were available in the spring, and they're being just refined now to be available for training the week before we start school. Next slide. We wanted to provide different samples for our educators, and some of these samples were shared with the scheduling group as well as the curriculum and instruction work group. This is just an example of one class period template for a 6th grade ELA course. It could be something where there's a mini lesson, which might be that daily live instruction, a time for independent practice, and then possibly a reconvening with the class in a virtual way in order to share their learning, check in on their understanding. Students might set a learning goal for the next day. So these are different resources and tools that we'll have available for our teachers in order to ensure that they've got flexibility with what they use, but also they've got some exemplars that we have collected from other educators. Next slide. So I just need to provide some clarification about the schedules. We had a scheduling work group that was very, very engaged, and they met quite often. There were a lot of different schedules during the hybrid conversation, as well as a lot of samples of schedules that were brought up in the event that we ended up moving into a distance learning format. These are samples, and I just put in red, I don't know how large I could put it, but negotiations are in progress. Schedules are something that's currently being negotiated with our partners. So this is something where folks wanted to have a picture. What might it look like? What might it look like? So we want to provide different thoughts and ideas, keeping in mind the minimum instructional minutes for each of the grade levels. Also that there needs to be daily participation. That was also a consideration. And these daily instructional minutes are both in person, as well as it could be some of the synchronous as well as asynchronous instruction. Also, it does include some of the assignments that the students would be working on. So thinking about that daily lesson, you had some of a mini lesson, which might be 10 minutes. You had the students working independently. That was maybe 30 minutes. And then let's say a check-in at the end of that. All of that could be considered within the instructional minutes for that grade level for that day. Again, this is something that it was just being looked at and proposed. But again, the daily interaction is important. And it's something that we're really taking a look at and wanting to make sure that our administrators, our families, our educators, our staff members are all aware of, since that was something that was a concern and feedback we received from the spring. Next slide. A sample secondary. Now this is a block schedule, which really you're taking a look at 60 minutes. Each of the days really focuses on 3 periods. However, at the end of the day, you're noticing office hours, and that really has to do with that daily participation, that check-in time to ensure that we do have attendance in a way being taken for each of our periods. Again, these are samples that have been shared in a variety of different work groups. There was ones that we want to make sure that we're looking at that other districts are using, but in no way, shape, or form are these being imposed on anyone at this time. We are partnering with Medea in order to take a look at the different samples that they said that they'd like to share with us when we meet next, and we're looking forward to that. Next slide. Something we also heard, not only from our teachers, our families, our educators, as well as just a national cry, is we really need to start off the school year with some social emotional learning. This was a high priority if we were going to come back in any type of hybrid. And this is also a huge issue as we're thinking about starting the year in a full-time distance learning mode. We have lessons prepared for our teachers in order for them to create a very safe and supportive virtual classroom. Similarly, the way they would work the first couple weeks in a brick and mortar situation to build that school community. Check-ins and screenings for students with mental health, on their mental health and wellness. This is not necessarily like classroom teacher just doing some engaging and checking in. We've got counselors, we've got social workers, we've got individuals that really want to be connected and need to be connected to our families to ensure they get the help they need when they need it. Supports include calls home by possibly teachers or counselors, regular quote unquote drop-in office hours. We know a lot of our counselors had those in the spring. This daily schedule, as well as the weekly schedule, as well as standardized instructional minutes and daily live interaction, are a way we can provide consistency and equity of instruction and expectations across grade levels and content areas. We heard things from the community that they were very pleased with some of their experiences in the spring. And then we were hearing other situations where it could have been at the same school, but there were other teachers that were not necessarily providing the same level of interaction and instruction. So we want to make sure we try to mitigate that as we start the fall. Again, training will be supported to families on how to support students with distance learning expectations. And I believe Dr. Gonzalez spoke a little bit about that. Next slide. Assessment and grading. Students at the elementary grades will again be receiving a standards-based report cards. They will earn anywhere between a 1 to a 3 on a rubric scale. We are moving forward with grading in grades 6 through 12. So some of the training the teachers will be receiving is, what does that look like in a full-time distance learning model? What should they be collecting? How might they be monitoring progress or over time? Student grades and report cards for all levels are going to be housed in Aries, which is exciting. In the past, the elementary report cards were housed in a different system, but now will be consistent within HomeLink. Parents can get access. And then assessment and feedback of student progress related to content standards will be collected and shared with families on a regular basis. And that is actually new ed code language that we are looking at to ensure that our parents, as they partner with us in order to educate our students, that we are all on the same page. Next slide. Highlights with regards to English learners, they continuing to receive English language development designated, which is a very specific time to focus on the the different bits and pieces of the actual English language, and then the integrated English language development, which would be within, let's say, history, social studies, or science. Dual language instruction programs will be maintained via an online platform. They will alternate between the two languages. And then, of course, families will be provided the different resources they need in order to support their students at home. Next question, or next slide. Students with 504 plans, of course, devices and whatever Wi-Fi support they need will be helping to provide. Site administrators will be working with families and the students to determine when the annual meeting will take place. We know that certain timelines needed to be adjusted based on the pandemic situation in the spring. And then there will be access to other materials in the event that utilization of a device is not something that the students can easily access. Next slide. Homeless and foster youth, an area group of huge concern. They are ones where we are definitely doing some targeted surveying of device and Wi-Fi support. There's delivery of dedicated services such as certificate tutoring or school-based emotional counseling. We do have staff members connected to our student services department that support those efforts. Priority access to devices, as I shared. And then, of course, additional support in the event they need other materials, since the devices may not be the best way in order to access curriculum at this time. Next slide. Special education. It's important to note that as we're working through special education, the IDEA that the federal law requires still has not changed. Specialized academic support will be provided in the classroom in a way of or in a push-in model. In the classroom, the virtual classroom. Classroom assistants under the guidance of the teacher will provide different types of breakout sessions as well as push-in support. There'll be interpreter support as well as closed captioning. Parents must provide written consent and sign a confidentiality statement for students who do participate in any type of teletherapy services. We want to make sure that that's being monitored quite closely. And then, of course, the IEP team is a huge partner with all of this, and they would be the ones to determine if any type of amendment is needed to the IEP in order to modify it and change the student's program. Next slide. Professional development and support. Well, we are off and running. There was a series of trainings provided in the spring as well as the week right after we got out of school. Those were very well attended virtually. They were differentiated by grade level, content area, as well as expertise. We're going to continue with those and build on them as we open up to the fall, which is why those days prior to school starting are so critical. There'll be trainings that are done in synchronous as well as asynchronous fashion on content as well as platforms. They'll be short because really what we're wanting to do is layer on the training over time. It's very difficult to suddenly open up training and to do days upon days of it when being provided a very structured beginning set of training and then layering on as you go week to week, having those options available for teachers is going to be really important. Again, we're looking at PD days starting, the 10th through the 12th, and we're in discussions with our Medea partners on that. And again, that layering idea, critically important. And then having orientation sessions for parents and families is going to be really, really important as we move forward into the fall. Next slide. Childcare and support, we definitely want to highlight, and this is a link on our website, thecocokids.org. Our after school program folks, they really would love to have the students back, but of course that's not, something we can do at this point. But what they are doing is providing online lessons and activities and resources for students and family. They're providing and distributing make and take activities for students and families to do at home. This is something that they actually distributed out during the lunch grab and go during the spring, which was super popular. And then they've created their own YouTube page where they've got videos on science and cooking, nutrition, and enrichment. So we really want to highlight those resources for families. Next slide. Food service, again, overnight, they were able to suddenly provide food nutrition services for our families in the spring, and they're going to continue that in the fall. This is a tentative list. It's pretty solid, but it is a tentative list. So folks should stay tuned as these are locations that are set up at this point in time, looking at Monday, Wednesday, and Friday food to be provided in a grab and go fashion between 11 and 12:30. Household pickup, they can do all their meals at one site. And this is actually new permission we actually received. Instead of going site to site. So if they've got like a student at Bel Air and then Riverview and then Mount Diablo High, they can go to one site to pick up all of their meals. The bag will include breakfast and lunch for the next day. Next slide. With regards to safety, because we will have adults on our campus working as we open up our schools, we want to make sure we're staying safe. Next slide, please. Wellness on campus. The campus will be open to employees, different employees doing different things. Workstations, as appropriate, will be as far apart as possible. Visitors and family who do possibly need to access the school will be limited. Passive health screenings will be employed and monitored throughout the day to make sure if anybody is not feeling well, that is addressed. Face coverings must be worn at work when interacting with members of the public or working with any space where there's multiple individuals that might need to interact at any point in time. Next slide. Sanitation, classroom and workstations will be cleaning, disinfecting, and sanitizing daily. Classrooms and main offices will be equipped with district-approved disinfectant. Sneeze guards are being installed at some sites, especially if they cannot have that 6 feet space between the individual and who they're interacting with. High-touch surfaces are being disinfected, and we are also limiting any numbers of shared supplies and equipment, trying to make sure that folks are just utilizing their own tools. Next slide. Okay, so with all that being said, we continue to monitor trends and data regarding COVID-19. As Dr. Aguili said in an earlier slide just a couple days ago, we had one set of numbers and now we've got some increases that we're continuing to look at. We're communicating as much as we can, collecting feedback from the community. We did appreciate the comments this evening. They really helped to inform our next steps. Updating school websites. Our administrators are slowly coming back to their positions and they're very eager to begin supporting their communities. They have been actually this whole time. And what we wanted to make sure is that their school websites are the first point of contact for our families. That's where they're going to get the majority of the information. Later on this evening, you're going to see an update in the calendar that we're bringing forward for approval in order to provide us a little bit more time before the start of school. We're going to continue bargaining the impact on all of these workplace changes, not only with our Medea partners, but we've got our other bargaining groups that we want to make sure are part of the dialogue and discussion. And then release a revised plan, because of course our previous plan was all about the hybrid, and now we're looking at the full-time distance learning with the hope that we will be bringing back students, hopefully not too long, but we need to also be prepared for that when the situation arises. So that being said, that was the last slide of our presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Board questions, comments? Stunned silence.
I have questions. I was trying to let some other people go first. No? Okay. So a few questions on the reopening plan that's coming out. Is that going to be translated the way that the other one was into Spanish and available with other languages through Google Translate on the website?
Yes, for sure. We'll have the Spanish version translated, and then we will work with our communications office in order to have it available in other languages.
Okay, thank you. And then on the access to the hotspots and the Wi-Fi, that's exciting that the 600 hotspots have arrived. Very good to see that. And I also saw your priority for homeless and foster youth and English learners and students with 504 plans. So of those 600 hotspots, I understand you have, you said parents can contact the school site to request them, but how does that actually, do we know what that looks like yet? I've seen a few different models that other districts have done where they, there might be a like a form that people can fill out on the main district website and then say what school site they're at, or are the school sites themselves identifying these students because they may already know who the priority students are that were disconnected in the spring?
So we know who some of the priority students are, but what we're going to be doing, it's my understanding there's a survey that principals are going to be sending out. And so we're going to be including some of our questions in that survey so that we can really identify who those students are, and we can start mapping it to figure out where the families are as well. Certainly, because what we're seeing right now is we don't have a full compilation of data to understand that, for example, you may have 4 students at home, but if you filled out the survey 4 times, that could very well identify 4 hotspots when actually there may just be a need for 1. So we're really trying to make sure that we're using clean data as much as possible and something that's current. And there have been no surveys that have been conducted since the board directed staff a couple of weeks ago to move to distance learning.
So will that include phone calls, or how will you reach people that don't have access to internet to find out if they need internet? You know what I'm saying? Or is that personal outreach that will happen by our counselors?
It will happen by counselors. It will also happen by other staff at school sites, because certainly as the outreach is going out, we're trying to figure out which students truly are coming back. We're figuring out what their needs are. As the principals are collecting other data, we would also be collecting that same exact consistent data across the board that we can then pull out and have in, whether it's a giant spreadsheet, whether we are putting it in Aries, but at least one central location where it is all consistent and accurate.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, because I know we have been hearing from even just community, foundations and electeds that are saying, how many mobile hotspots do you have, or how many of your students need internet? So that'll be fantastic to be able to see, if the 600 is enough, or if there's a greater need that we'll need to address. So thank you, appreciate that. All right, I'll stop for now. Let other people ask questions.
Other board members, questions, comments?
My comment would be thank you to staff, and it looked like our reopening plan has really taken a giant leap. So things are becoming clearer.
I too want to thank staff, because I know there have been many hours spent on it, and I appreciate the responses to my questions as I've spent some quality time with you. Thank you.
So a question I had is, we had mentioned that at Horizons at the elementary level was full. Is there a possibility of expanding that, or what would it take to, if there is more demand, is that something we're looking at?
That is not something that we've currently looked at, but it is not something that's off the table completely at this time.
Okay. I would hope that would just be something that if there is a possibility of, reallocating resources, but if we have, and I guess a larger question is, you mentioned the 40 or so students who have indicated that they are leaving. Anecdotally, I hear of students who are looking to come to the district, and it's, we're seeing people move to Mount Diablo from other areas. We've seen, private schools that families, some that are shutting down, others where the families, are reconsidering their financial situation and looking at that. And others I've heard they're just looking at some of our offerings and are making a switch. So I guess what is our capacity to welcome new students to the district? And if there are instances where we have demand or requests for programs that we're at capacity, can we continue to look at expanding those programs so that we can have an offering that appeals to as many students and families as possible?
Yeah, I wonder that too with, I feel like anecdotally I'm hearing as well of people who are interested in either homeschooling or independent study. Would there be a way where they could join a waiting list or something where that would give the district a sense of how much interest there really is?
Yes.
Yeah, if I could just chime in just real quickly, is that, with this being, just such a challenging year with it being very difficult to, to use previous measures that we used before in predicting enrollment at different sites and different ebb and flows. We as a district are going to have to remain very flexible. And so if there is a larger demand for independent work to take place or for independent study programs, those are things that, that we're going to continue to look at, and we're just going to have to keep an open and flexible mindset in how we go about addressing some of the challenges that face us with this starting school in the midst of a pandemic.
Yep.
Sorry,
Yes.
Wendy.
So yeah, if it is a possibility, I would say just make it clear where parents should go, because I think I'm not sure where to direct people if they're interested in any of those programs, where on the website to look for them or sign up for them. So that would be great to clarify as well.
Thank you. They should all start out at if the new students coming to the district should all start out by enrolling in Aries through the AIR module at the link that's located on the main webpage. And then we'll take that part from there. And I was going to say the same thing as Dr. Clark. We're definitely looking to be as fluid as possible at this time with our enrollment.
So that one has you go to School Finder, which identifies your neighborhood school, right? So would they still click on their neighborhood school? Is that what you're saying?
You always register no matter what in your neighborhood school, even if you're applying for, for a magnet school or a choice school within the district. You always start with your neighborhood school.
Okay, so maybe that's what people need to understand then. Thank you.
So another question that I know many parents have is around the devices. And so I know that we mentioned that providing access to Chromebooks, but many parents are looking at their own devices and things like that. With the platforms we're currently using, which are web-based platforms, will iPads work for folks? Will Windows PCs? What are the requirements that families who are prepping for distance learning should keep in mind?
So I'm going to see if maybe we can tag team that answer, because I think my colleagues in the instructional side of the house may have a little more information. One of the things we are going to put on the website is a number of frequently asked questions, but also some recommended devices, particularly Chromebooks. We're expecting that we will have Chromebooks for any TK through 12th grade student that needs it, and for families with multiple students, certainly we would have multiples available. I am not entirely aware of what can and cannot run on a tablet. I don't know if my colleagues can jump in and respond to that piece of it, but there are many school sites that have been using them effectively and would continue to do so.
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, good. Well, my question is just that the Chromebooks are being planned for TK through 12. I thought that the work group was talking about, maybe this changed somewhere in the planning, that the younger for TK to 1 or 2, that tablets are actually easier for them to use than a Chromebook.
We had that discussion in the group, and then what happened was a week ago we had a discussion with all of the principals who were available, and we had about 20 elementary principals who said that their students in even as early as TK are familiar with using the Chromebooks. And that's when we made the shift to be looking solely at Chromebooks and not just at tablets. And quite honestly, we were ready to go a different direction, but that feedback really let those on the TIS department that were part of that meeting, we really heard the feedback from the principals and we made that shift.
So then to Mr. Lawrence's point, if a family has their own devices, should they be looking at more like a Chromebook than a tablet, will be one of the things to clarify for families.
We'll provide clarification on the website. All of these different devices were used during the spring, so it's kind of a good news. is that they've all been tried out and kind of test run with regards to it, Chromebooks as well as laptops, as well as tablets. But I think that resource on the website as soon as possible would really be helpful. So we appreciate that advice. Having it there now that we know that we're going full distance learning. Anything that we do issue out to families, we want to make sure that it is working very well and that it is accessible through all of these different platforms. And again, because we're able to do it in the spring, we're very confident that we can utilize a variety of devices.
So I'm presuming that our tech department would not be able to provide extensive advice to families if they purchase their own devices, should there be a challenge with a personal device.
You know, it's interesting you should ask that question, because that was part of the afternoon meeting that we had with a number of individuals from the technology department to, again, student services, parent liaisons. And what we're talking about doing is creating a way where if parents are having issues with their personal devices, that not only can we have a frequently asked question page, we can have videos that are available. We've got videos that are available in Spanish to be able to help with some of those. And if that's still not working, then there would be a number that they could call into where we could at least try to have some basic troubleshooting to be able to assist them with their personal devices.
Other questions or comments from the board?
I did have a few more. On the under sanitation, it seems like we've gotten a few questions lately around ventilation systems, our filters, and does the air mix with other rooms? Is there detailed information on ventilation systems that people can access somewhere?
Yeah, not at this time, but we will. We'll, you know, and I see we have, you know, we have one of our maintenance managers here who can talk a little bit about that. And so go ahead if you want to address that. But
hi, good evening. Yes, I also heard some comment and have been receiving some inquiries about how our HVAC system works. We are preparing to get some information out shortly. One thing that we can say is with all of our upgraded HVAC systems that we've installed throughout the district since the late 2008-9 era, currently including Woodside Elementary that's being installed currently, we're using a technology that is required by health or ed code, but it has an economizer which takes outside air and mixes it with either heated or cooled air, as well as just, you know, fan air or, you know, sorry, internal air. And each individual location has its own unit, has its own spiral, sorry, caught me so off guard, ventilation system. So there is no system that shares air with another classroom. Even our offices have individual systems with thermostats. Some of the older installs that we did, maybe at some of the high schools, they have a shared thermostat, but still their own unit within the classroom. So we are preparing to gather some information, and we're also looking at some updated modules that can be added to our system that would potentially provide some cleaner air with the virus and that type of thing, but we're still gathering information, working with our purchasing department.
Thank you.
And you've been rigorous about changing all the filters and preparing for the start of school with that sort of preparation, correct?
We are, yes. All of our sites, even though we have moved to a virtual learning plan, we are still prepared for start of school, knowing that we very well could have staff on site, as well as at some point move into small group learning. We also have a requirement by the county to take part in inspections that are beginning the second week of August. And so all of those items are checked with our county guidance. So we'll be prepared for those starting, like I said, the second week of August.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I had two more questions, if that's okay. So one is, I know we follow the county health protocols and procedures, and we've listed that out on our website, but I feel like sometimes people are still asking what happens if there are people on site, maybe it's just some staff, whoever it is, and someone is identified as COVID positive, or someone in their house, they've just found out that someone in their household is COVID positive. What can you just walk us through? Maybe this would help to just walk us through what does it look like? What happens next? Who else gets notified that's been on that site with that person, and at what point?
Right. So there is county and state guidance on this process, and one of the things that we are currently working on is getting all of that information together and putting it in one place and putting it, in the hands of all of our employees, because this continues to come up. Without going into the detailed specifics, because I don't want to misspeak, but what will not happen is it will not be a site decision or a department decision on how to respond when there are infections or potential infections that take place. We will have a universal guideline that will guide all of our actions. And we currently have it in place, but I just don't have it right here in front of me. So, so essentially, if a employee or staff member in a particular department comes down with the virus, then we would notify everyone within that department. They would then, if appropriate, they would then quarantine and self-quarantine at home. And when they do that, then after the quarantine period, they would then be able to return. But there's lots of steps and processes in between, but generally that is what would happen.
So basically people can be confident that they would be notified if they had been in contact with somebody. It's not that, weeks would pass and they wouldn't know or wouldn't find out or something like that. Like we have a process in place, so people can feel comfortable to know that they would be in the know if they were at risk. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So a department, a school site, a classification of employees, they would receive a notice. Now, if there happened to be an interaction in the bathroom or in a hallway of people outside of that, but structurally, we would notify the people who were in contact with that person, so to speak, in the same office or department.
Mm-hmm. Great. All right.
Thank you. That's all in the guidelines, and has been in the guidelines for some time. Since the outbreak first happened.
Right. Appreciate that. Thank you. And then my last question was the orientation session for parents and families that was mentioned. I love that you're planning to do that. I think that will really make parents and families feel comfortable getting ready for this new world of distance learning. And I know normally we have our amazing parent conference right before school starts that used to be an in-person all day event with different parent workshops and a barbecue and the backpack, school supply giveaway. So it's really, I think a lot of people are going to miss that this year. So knowing that there is something planned for parents before school starts for them to be able to access is fantastic to see. I was just wondering if that's if there are any details about that yet, if there will be opportunities for parents that don't speak English, if there will be another like school supply giveaway, if any of that is possible at this point.
So I'll take a stab at it, and then if Ms. Sachs wants to chime in, that's perfectly fine. But with our principals are due back to come back early August, so August 1st or August 3rd. I'm not sure what exact day. And our principals are the one who really have those connections with their community and their school site staffs. And so the expectation would be that there would be a virtual open house, a virtual walkthrough. I know I know other districts are doing different things where they're having kids come and virtually meet their, meet their teachers in the parking lot where they hand them their, binder welcome thing for the year. We don't have any of that in place. I don't want to upset anybody, but the expectation would be that there would be several outreaches to parents, and each school would do something on something that's appropriate for their particular school. But they would definitely be working with our team down here on organizing that and making sure that it's in the correct languages and making sure that there is access. And if we do have materials and supplies to give away, then we will organize that in a similar fashion as we do with the lunch handouts.
Okay, yeah, because we've done that actually as a district-wide event in the past with the school supply giveaways and the opportunities there, and it's normally been held at the adult schools. So that would be a question if the adult school is planning anything in terms of parents as well to look at that. Thank you.
And I would just say, I think, school supplies might look different in terms of even things like, headphones for students. We're providing Chromebooks, but, for many students, having headphones to help eliminate some of the distractions at home and allow them to focus better. And those might be the type of things that we look at. And so, I would reiterate what my fellow board members said in terms of, saying thank you to staff. I think we've made huge leaps. I do want to connect this to some of what we heard in public comment from teachers, and I think that we as a board and we as a district certainly want to work with our teachers and view this as a partnership. And I would just kind of remind folks of 2 weeks ago, our board in conjunction with Dr. Clark gave direction to focus on 100% distance learning to start the year. 2 weeks ago, that was pretty controversial and was kind of ahead of other folks. I think we've also heard and are going to be voting on shortly the idea of, we want to provide more additional professional development. And so pushing, a couple of days, pulling those forward on the calendar to give us a full week. I've long advocated for starting on that Monday. I didn't want a global pandemic to be the reason that we did so, but I think that was an example of us being responsive. And I think it continues to be a balance of us working through our negotiating teams to strike a balance. We want to make sure that our teachers are safe, and as well as the rest of our staff and our students, but we need to balance this. And I think I think we as a district were incredibly accommodating of our teachers and staff in the spring when we, moved into the distance learning with very little notice. But there has to be, and this is what I appreciate about the plan, is that there are much higher levels of accountability because for many families that was lacking. And I recognize, for the vast majority of teachers being told, here's how frequently you have to respond to email. It's not necessary because they are very responsive. But I will tell you, I know of families that for weeks were trying to contact their teacher during the spring, and they did not hear back from their teacher, and their students were left to struggle. And I recognize that there's some teachers who would really want to have a free-flowing schedule so that they could create content at the most convenient time and things like that. But we have to balance that. And our teachers have childcare challenges, but our families have an expectation of having some consistency. They have challenges for childcare. I think we are all being thrown into this, and having structure for our students of knowing, at least for parents, knowing here's the time of instruction, here's how you need to center your day, and especially families that have multiple children, and having that consistency to allow them to achieve the educational objectives. So I really appreciate the balance of the presentation because I think everyone who, as we dig into this, we recognize the multitude of factors and just the staggering number of details that are involved in making this type of switch. And, this is something that we don't know how long this is going to be. I think it's certainly, worth noting that, Major League Baseball with billions of dollars of revenue today is canceling multiple games because they've had one team, Miami Marlins, which had a couple people test positive, and then all of a sudden it blossomed and it went from 2 to 4 to 8 to 13. They're still testing people, they're quarantining people. And this is Major League Baseball, a multi-billion-dollar entity, and they made it through less than a week of baseball games and are facing these type of problems. And so I think it gives guidance as to the type of challenges and things that we need to address, and just kind of a reminder. And it is partly why we have started the year with distance learning, because these are the type of things that we have to explore and be prepared for. So that's it from my end. Other board questions or comments before we move along?
That just reminded me of one more question I had. Really, it's the last one. Under special education, I love that you mentioned that the classroom assistants under the guidance of the classroom teacher will provide small group breakout sessions or push-in support. I feel like we have heard at some point from classroom assistants that they may not have access to the internet at home. So if they're able to access it from the school site, that would be good, but also that they don't necessarily have training on Zoom, how to do all those breakout rooms and things like that. So I would say, just as you're planning the PD, to don't forget about the non-teachers in the room who need to be able to jump in and support and have that training as well.
Thank you.
All right. Great. Any other questions? Okay, so we're going to move along to item 11.2, current and future technology and innovation initiatives. Dr. Clark or Dr. Gonzalez?
So I'll just introduce this real quick. Is that technology is a big aspect within our district. Not only just technology in the hands of our students, but we have technology in the hands of our staff. We have technology to track resources, things of that nature. And the funding of technology comes in many different forms, whether it be from Title I funds, whether it be from general fund, or whether it be from bonds, things of that nature. And so anyway, we have a partnership with Digital Advisors, who's here to advise us on how to utilize our bond funds in terms of technology. However, they also, are generous enough to help us with many other things. And so I want to turn this over to Dr. Gonzalez, who's going to do a presentation on the support that Digital Advisors provides MDUSD.
Thank you. So the good news this evening is that Digital Advisors is going to be doing this presentation. I'm not sure who can let them in, but they should be in the waiting room. They have the link for the open session meeting. So is anyone able to let them in? Oh, I see one. I see Tim. I feel like Miss Marianne. So I'm going to go ahead, and I think I'm going to turn it over to Tim to introduce the team, and then I have a feeling he's going to have someone else kick that off. So Tim Watrous is here this evening. He is the president of Digital Advisors, which is a component of Capital Advisors. And Tim, go ahead and take it over.
So, hello, good evening. I think I'll actually kick it off. Thank you so much, Dr. Gonzalez. Thank you, Dr. Clark. Good evening, Mount Diablo School Board. Thank you very much for having Digital Advisors this evening. We are honored to be here. My name is Lindsay Dyer, and I serve as the Senior Director of Client Engagement for Digital Advisors, and I serve as the Digital Advisor or primary point of contact to Dr. Gonzalez for this engagement. Next slide, please. So on March 9th, 2020, the Mount Diablo School Board approved an engagement with Digital Advisors, and we've been supporting the district consistently around technology and innovation initiatives since that time. Next slide, please. So joining me this evening are John Kroll, who serves as the Senior Advisor to Dr. Gonzalez, and who brings decades of experience and expertise leading technology programs as both CTO and CIO at districts including Oakland, Seattle, and Fremont. And also Tim Watrous, President and Founder of Digital Advisors. I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Watrous to share a little bit on the origin of the company and how the firm is built to serve school districts like Mount Diablo, as well as introduce the board to some of the consultants on our team. Next slide, please. Mr. Watrous, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Ms. Dyer. And everybody can hear me all right? All right, no tech issues with the tech company, right, everybody? This will never happen to you. Anyway, I want to just thank the board for this wonderful opportunity to serve the Mount Diablo community. Just a quick little background on me, been in the education technology industry for 20 plus years, worked for some of the largest companies in Silicon Valley, like Cisco Systems, for example. Had the privilege to work amongst some of the top tech talent in the world. And one of the things that sort of strikes you about education and the situation that we're all in is that tech talent is hard to come by. There's a massive gap out there for experts, and companies like Facebook and Google are fighting over these folks. So it becomes very challenging for a district like Mount Diablo to compete for that talent. And sometimes you just don't need them fully on staff, just need them here and there for an hour to help you maybe solve a quick problem or plan long-term. Just a quick little example of some of the amazing folks that we've aggregated and Mount Diablo has access to through our partnership. Gentleman named Brian Olson up here in the corner. He reports directly to Governor Newsom, runs a cybersecurity task force for the state of California. Now, it wouldn't make sense for Mount Diablo to have Brian on staff, but certainly it's nice to know that Brian's there to help the district in times like this, these challenging times that we're facing with the pandemic, and then also to think strategically long-term to help the district reach its goals. Another one of the amazing folks I'll call out here, a gentleman named Blake Heller, bottom left-hand corner of my screen, works for a very small institution called Harvard at the Center for Public Research. You may have heard of it. He's one of the top data scientists in education in the business. And again, a guy like Blake is available to be an extension of the cabinet and the tech team to really augment the team and help make big time decisions, solve quick problems. And we want to be here with the district as you're working through things like Measure J to help you get the most out of those investments, including the one-time money that's hit recently and some more federal stimulus that we see coming soon. So with that, I don't want to eat up the entire time, but again, I want to thank everyone, Dr. Gonzalez, Dr. Clark, the board, for the opportunity to serve the Mount Diablo community. And Ms. Dyer, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Watrous. I'll add here that we've engaged Dr. Gonzalez with two of the consultants featured on this slide, both Anthony Thomas in the top left and Abdul Sultani, specifically around connectivity challenges and possible solutions for the district. Next slide, please. So within the first month of our engagement, Digital Advisors deployed 3 surveys across the district. As a part of our onboarding process, it's critical that we do a discovery to understand the goals and objectives of the cabinet, as well as the current IT capabilities across the district. We created a 3rd survey specifically to address and understand the ways that technology both supports and or limits the success of staff in different roles district-wide. The data that we collected from the surveys helped to inform a set of recommendations that we will preview with the board momentarily. With this slide here, I want to introduce you to the framework that Digital Advisors leverages to both organize and synthesize our roadmap and recommendations. Collectively, these pillars support the digital transformation of a school district and ensures that technology supports equitable instructional goals. So what you see here are 5 pillars drawn from the Future Ready framework. And this is the EdTech framework that our firm has chosen to align our consulting services with, because we truly believe that these pillars can help to empower 21st century teaching and learning. Next slide, please. Of this roadmap is the prioritization that we have defined with each specific recommendation. So on the following slides, you will notice a 1, 2, or 3 next to each bucket of recommendations, ranking their importance and how we recommend approaching them in sequence. Next slide, please. So moving into the recommendations themselves, Mr. Kroll and I will walk you through each of the consulting pillars and highlight a recommendation within each of the pillars. The full report has been made available to the board and provides additional context and information into each of the specific recommendations. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. It seems we've lost the presentation.
It'll come back.
Okay. Thank you everyone for your patience. Thank you so much. So kicking it off with data and privacy. So as you all know well, data and privacy protections build a foundation of trust within the district and within its community of stakeholders. So strong policies for student data privacy, student records, staff data, as well as responsible use that address FERPA, HIPAA, CCPA, and ADA with consumer communication and training really establish the baseline for a district to address data security and privacy. So within this pillar, I'd like to highlight our recommendation around completing a cybersecurity assessment. A thorough cybersecurity assessment provides an in-depth analysis to both clarify the district's current security program, its platform, and its policies. By understanding your current state, what you have today, the district can then make informed decisions about how to mature the security program, platform, and policies to ensure that student and staff data remains secure. I'll turn it over to Mr. Kroll for the next slide.
Thank you. So a robust infrastructure is really important, and in part of our evaluation, we went over 4 areas. Really establishing a tech life cycle, and making sure that there's standards across the district. Next, making sure that we had a roadmap and standards on the network. Operations, looking into operations, and then high availability to make sure everything is available to the students. I want to point out we had one really great win right at the beginning of our engagement, standardizing on the email system. The district was deciding whether to go stick with 2 systems, being Microsoft and Gmail. We worked with IT and Dr. Gonzalez and got them going on standardizing on the Gmail system. So next slide, please. Next is the technology budget. Working with the money that the district has is super important. So of course we've done analysis. We're looking at the Measure J, the funding sources, which include Measure J. Looking at the vendors, and then really, again, we talk about the life cycle. Making sure that there's sustainability going forward with purchases. So really thinking long-term on the purchases. And with that, I'd like to point out our working with Dr. Gonzalez on analyzing the E-rate usage and really making sure that the district is capitalizing on using E-rate and having a long-term plan to make sure that your technology infrastructure is replaced on a timely basis, using those funds that are available from the government. Next slide.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. So turning now to the community partnerships pillar, We believe that inclusive and authentic engagement is really paramount to a successful technology program within a school district. So partnering with students, with families and communities, particularly those in historically underserved communities, ensures a voice and equity when looking at how technology can support the district mission. So within this pillar, I'd like to highlight the recommendation we made around a technology advisory committee under community engagement. So what we find here is that a diverse technology committee comprised of both community members, staff, and students to discuss technology needs of the district can help to clarify district priorities and help to move them forward. From our initial surveys, we found that student voice is a priority of the cabinet. And so we recommend integrating students into this advisory committee with a thoughtfully designed role and expectations clearly communicated where students can make a meaningful impact. I'll turn it back to Mr. Kroll to speak about curriculum assessment and instruction. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Mrs. Dyer. Yeah, curriculum assessment and instruction, really that's the business that we're in, and technology is there to support teaching and learning. So here we've got 3 areas. One is assessment and analytics, and really that was an area as well that we were able to make a difference, helping the district get aligned on the definition of a data warehouse and an assessment system, and making a choice to go forward there. Next is the 21st century learning, and then of course leveraging technology. The one I want to highlight is adopting a EdTech framework. It's really important that technology is, again, aligned to teaching and learning, and we're helping the district align it to the Future Ready framework. So technology is more than just a tool. It's really helping students get prepared with 21st century learning. So next slide, please.
So thank you all so much, Mount Diablo School Board and community, for having us this evening. That is the culmination of the presentation that we have prepared, and we welcome you all to reach out to me directly should you want to dig into any of the topics that we've brought up tonight in further detail. You can reach out to me via email here, lindsay@daexpertise.com, and we also welcome any questions that you may have this evening. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for that. Board questions, comments?
I have a few comments. I don't know if they'll be welcome or not. Interestingly enough, this has been, I think, the worst tech year we've had since I've been on the board. Our tech department's pretty much decimated right now. I didn't think the standardizing of the email was a big win. And as far as the survey, I think with the pandemic, we know what the problem is now. We need to know what the solution is to get all our families up and running so they can take full advantage of distance learning.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mason. Other feedback?
Yeah, so what I thought was in the work plan as one of the immediate goals was for us to determine how we could utilize Measure J funds, which we currently have available to us, to meet some of our immediate technology needs. And what I'm not seeing here is any specifics there, particularly when we are making some major technology purchases right now. To make sure to meet all student needs. What I did hear, I think, was that Measure J could not be used for any technology that's going to last less than 5 years. I would love to hear some more information about that, because I know other districts have used bond money for Chromebooks and other technology devices, but it seems to not be available to us. So I'm still unclear as to what part of our immediate technology needs we can pay for with our Measure J funds.
So I can probably answer the Measure J and all of the measures. I've been working over the weekend with our attorney as well as our bond support with Dale Scott. And one of the things they did let us know is we are able to buy computers with Measure J. It was not allowable with Measure A or Measure C. It is allowable with Measure J. However, one of the things that we really need to start working on once we have a director here, and certainly with digital advisors, is to make sure that our most restrictive funds are used first. There are a number of accounts or budgets, if you will, that we've been given an opportunity to use up until December rather than having them cut off in the end of September. So we want to make sure that we're utilizing those. We want to make sure that if we need to, we can tap into the Learning Loss Mitigation Fund and some of those components, because what we're also waiting for at the same time is there was a facilities master plan that we've kind of put on the back shelf, and then we're waiting for it's PDK. We're waiting for the PDK study to come back, and all of those can be using the Measure J funds. And so Measure J isn't just for technology, but really needs to be part of sort of a bigger plan. And now that we've got a superintendent on board, and we'll have a director of technology, and we'll have some of these other results back, we can sort of look at everything holistically to figure out where the pieces fit.
So I appreciate the conversation and the information that you've consulted with Mr. Scott. I recall sitting in a study session and with the board where he indicated that the Measure J funds should not be used for computers and short lifespan devices. He was supportive of using Measure J dollars for infrastructure across the district. So my assumption at this point in time was that we needed to work with our voters and our community to share with them the importance of the devices now, if that's going to be a change that we are undertaking, and that we need to gain their support for that particular effort if we are going to look at short-term investments that will be paid for with taxpayer dollars and interests over time. I also believe that the question will be, will our strategy change for the bond sales? Because he typically was recommending shorter term bond sales versus a larger single bond sale. So there will be many pieces that I'll look forward to hearing more about.
I would echo Ms. Mayo in saying, although it might be permissible, I think it would not be advisable to use financed bond money for devices with a relatively short lifespan, where you're looking at, probably typically a 2-year lifespan, to use financed money in that manner, but instead potentially infrastructure. That would seem to make more sense to me. Other board questions or comments?
Yes, I've been actually kind of more intrigued with looking at the other document that we got, was just the actual recommendations, the specific recommendations, and just simply would say that I would appreciate the opportunity to spend more time with this as a group, to really, with staff, to really understand a little bit more specifically. I know the majority are either ranked as a 1 or 2. I think there's one that's ranked as a 3. So I just think it would be worth, I mean, I haven't studied it in great detail, but I find it kind of interesting. And so I think it'd be worth a conversation for us, again, to sort of better understand each of these items and how they might be rolled out, or, and I guess the ranking too, understand the ranking a little bit better. So thank you for that. That's really interesting to read.
Thank you, Board Member Durkee.
Oh yeah, along those lines, that is the document that I've been looking at as well. And a number of the number 1 items recommend us partnering with a consulting firm to achieve that goal. But there's no price tag attached or ballpark, so I don't really know how feasible those are, or now that we have a new director of technology, if any of those things can be done in-house, would be one of my questions going forward. A few of the items that were identified here are things that I think that we already have. Under digital citizenship program, when it talks about the Common Sense Media curriculum, I believe we already used that. At least I think I remember that with my own kids. The mitigating cyberbullying and self-harm with a content filter. I also thought we already had that. So I would like to know if we don't. And then under Enable College and Career Readiness, recommended tools include Naviance, which I believe we already use at all of our high schools, as well as it says build skills with Turnitin. Interestingly, we've just received a few email messages from teachers at College Park that are asking why they used to have Turnitin and the district has now canceled that for the coming year, and they're concerned about that. So, but I see it here as a recommendation to have it. I don't know if it's something we only have at College Park or if we have district-wide, so that might be a question for our existing technology department as well. So
I guess I think that just speaks to my point about, to be able to spend more time just on this document with the staff and, to clarify, just kind of to Ms. Town's point, where maybe things we've already done or where we are, make sure we understand exactly what this is talking about, I think would be helpful.
And Dr. Gonzalez, could you, I know it was approved in February, but could you update us what our contract is with Digital Advisors and what we still have? Where are we on the spectrum in terms of what's been delivered and what remains?
So we have a monthly retainer, and I'm going to ask Digital Advisors for the exact amount of that. I believe that it was about a 17 or 18 month contract. We're certainly looking at all the work that they've been doing. Lindsay, do you or Tim know what the monthly retainer is on that? I don't remember offhand.
Yeah, absolutely. The monthly retainer is $4,500.
And that's coming out of Measure J.
Yeah, it's one of the only things we've spent our Measure J money on so far, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Other questions? All right. Thank you. Thank you, Digital Advisors, for taking time and joining us and bringing us up to speed on your efforts and partnership with the district. It's much appreciated. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Item 11.3, we've gone ahead. We're going to have that come back at a later date. That was the Food and Nutrition Services Warehouse and Distribution Operations Final Plan, which I know the warehouse is making great progress. I've seen some photos and it's coming along very nicely, but we'll receive an update at a future date on that. So instead, we're moving to item 11.4, Maintenance and Operations Department on work order update, which probably not exciting for everyone, but the reduction of paper, things that are near and dear to my heart. So Dr. Clark, are you introducing it with Melanie?
Yes. So again, I know President Lawrence, you talk about things that are near and dear to our hearts. Nothing is worse when you have a piece of equipment or a door or a missing ceiling tile, and you put in a work request for it, and you don't quite know when it's going to get done, and you're not able to track it or whatnot. And so I'm equally as excited as you to hear about this system and about the wonderful things that it can do to support learning in our district. So without any further ado, I'll turn it over to Ms. Koslow.
Good evening. Next slide, please. So TMA Systems is our district-wide work order system. We actually initiated this program, which is a web-based software solution back in, I think it was 2015 or 16. And we are moving towards taking advantage of having that web-based system instead of a computer-based system. So TMA obviously allows all of our sites to enter work orders, whether it be maintenance, repair, vandalism, anything that is installed at the site that needs a work replacement, repair, that type of thing in the system. We also have emergency priorities, which all of our sites know and are reminded throughout the year what our emergencies are. So those are things that need to be handled right away. So there's actually a phone number that you can call into our daytime dispatch, and we get calls for HVAC, so heating and air conditioning calls, plumbing emergencies, irrigation emergencies, fire alarm issues, anything like that that needs immediate attention. We still go to that immediate phone call because we can respond quicker. For school sites, they're able to issue work orders right from the staff portal. So if we go next slide, the site principal and their designee. So most often this is the office manager, sometimes it's the secretary. They have access into the staff or into the TMA system through the staff portal. Next slide. So by going to the district site, clicking on the staff portal underneath the staff tab, next slide, the administrator or their designee are able to log in using their login that's provided through the technology department, and they're able to go in and enter a work order. So it's really self-explanatory what facility you're at, what building, who is entering in the work order, and then what the problem is. So we see things as simple as, you know, cracked, maybe like a window glazing, a stained ceiling tile, which may indicate some type of roof leak after a rainy season. We see things like, you know, mini blinds need to get repaired, maybe a whiteboard needs to get replaced, all different types of maintenance needs. We also see larger items, which we do look at internally and decide if they really need to become a project or if they're still a routine maintenance repair. But the principal or designee are able to manage. Over on the left-hand side, you'll see where you can, underneath the work request, which is the top left, there's a query request. And so that actually allows you as the designee of that site to go in and look at status of your work orders, as well as you receive an email on the status. So when it's first received, you put it in, you'll get an email that it's been accepted. Sorry. Sorry, excuse me 1 second, sorry.
No problem, take some time.
Okay, sorry about that. As it moves into the progress, you'll get an email that it's in progress, and then as well as when it's complete. So sorry. So this allows the site administrator and their designee to just kind of follow the work orders through. Next slide. Oh, so I'm actually just take one step back, but go ahead and leave it on this slide. Maintenance and operations is moving to, hold on one quick second.
All right, so do we have?
Okay, so sorry. So we, through the maintenance department, we have moved to a new radio system. So we're actually in the process of issuing all of our technicians an iPhone device that obviously is a phone, but it has AT&T's new two-way radio system, as well as by being able to take advantage of the software. TMA has a web app that we're actually able to download onto the phones. And so our technicians are going to be able to view their work orders that are in their queue right from their phone. So we are going to be completing some training for that and moving to that system quite quick. We've been using it on a test case on some of our individuals and managers. so sorry. This will allow us to really kind of update our system, go away from paper, and just really kind of move the system along a little bit. So we're definitely excited to see where it goes. And then just a little quick shout out to our maintenance department. Since the closure and then our technicians coming back in early April, we've been able to really make a huge dent in our work order system. So when we closed for COVID, we had approximately 5,000 open work orders, and we're down to about 2,000, which I know still sounds like a lot, but when you think of with the schools being closed and minimal staff on site, we're seeing somewhere between 50 to 55 work orders on average daily being entered into the system, which is a slowdown of the 200 to 300 work orders we get on a normal open week, sorry. So we are really trying to make a move to get those down and just kind of have better control of it. And we think that going with the digital system will just be better overall. So thank you for your time. Let me know if you have any questions.
Great, thank you for that.
Well, I would just like to say fantastic job. Once again, Ms. Koslow, you have shown us a specific solution to a problem that is going to work. And here's an example of technology solving a problem and making it work. So I just think that's fantastic. Thank you for all that you do to always find ways to improve the systems that we have in place. I just have one tiny question. Is there, if a member of the public, say, sees a sprinkler is broken and is spouting or something like that, can they text or access the system in some way, or do they still call the phone number that they find on the website?
So one of the things that I'd like to do just with our own, either the district main page or just with the maintenance web page, is to really identify that emergency number. Just as of even last night, we received a photocopy of like a city page that said, oh, a school's got a broken sprinkler. And so someone had texted in to me, I contacted security and they went right over and shut down the sprinkler. But at any time, we can always contact our security department and they'll handle those emergency needs. And then they reach out to a technician from the trades department if we do need to call them in. In most instances, they're able to handle those quick emergencies and we take care of them in the morning.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Was this something that digital advisors helped with?
This was actually something that was in place last year. We had actually come to the board with the approval to move from our two-way radios through Nextel into the AT&T. And just with all of the different things that have been going on, we're kind of rolling into this a little bit behind when we thought. So this was actually already in place. But we did at the time, before we made this move, we looked at several different options of work order systems to see if we were going to do that undertaking, coming to the board and looking at changing to another system. But we really felt that the benefits of what TMA had, and being the fact that it was web-based, it gave us that clarity to be able to just move it throughout the district. And so we decided that staying with TMA was the way to go. And we just worked with them directly to get that web app going and being able to, bring it forward to our radio, to our phone devices.
I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a difference between the work that a custodian can do and the work that the M&O department staff does. If someone sends you a work order in error, how is that sorted out? Or what is the understanding at the school site as to what is the level that is put into the work order system?
Sure. All work orders that are submitted are reviewed by our district planner. And so if he feels that the item should have either been entered either, in it as a project or it is a custodial task, he actually will email back the originator and state, this is a custodial task, please speak to the lead worker or head custodian. And if we feel like it's something that maybe it need a little bit more support, we do go to that custodial supervisor and make sure that they're aware that this is going to be coming through. So what we had found in the past is that there were quite a few just custodial minor maintenance things being entered in our TMA system or in the work order system and kind of getting lost in there. And so we've just tried to reiterate that, principal and designee are able to speak to the lead worker. And then we've also advised and continue to advise to our custodians, if you think you're being asked of something that's not within your scope, just go ahead and give your manager a call and we'll walk them through that. And so we've just really tried to reiterate our communication with them so that we're able to support the school sites as best as possible.
And in that way, we're being respectful of every employee. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. No problem.
And in terms of biggest kind of benefits from this project, is there would you rank it as just that we're going to be more comprehensive, faster time to delivery, or do we anticipate there being a cost savings combination? What do you think are the biggest benefits of making this transition?
So I think the biggest thing is not to confuse. We're not necessarily asking the technician to do anything different. And I'm actually going to be meeting or speaking with the Teamsters. And I know that there had been a conversation a while back between Juan and then Richard Jackson about bringing these devices forward. So I'm actually meeting with them later this week to kind of go over the change, but not necessarily adding additional scope. Instead of doing a paper trail where they track what work that they did, track their costs, track their hours, which is kind of like a two-part process, and then taking a paper back to their lead worker, they'll be able to track that information within the app. If they were there 2 hours today, tomorrow they come back and return for an hour. Instead of filling out a time card for that work order, it's just done within the app. And then it still goes back to the lead worker to verify the work. We're not sure if we're necessarily there yet, but the app does allow photos to be uploaded. So if it's something that, maybe a photo would show that the work has been complete, or if it was something that a site requested maybe to beautify or something like that, we could document it within the work order system. We'll do that, but it's going to be a little slow to start, but we'll get there. Where I find this cost savings is the amount of time that the secretary spends entering the time into each individual work order. At the end of the week or the end of the day, she gets a stack of time cards. And the majority of her day, at least a couple hours a day, is just that tedious work of entering the hours. And by the same amount of time that it would take to fill out the time card, they'll be able to do it within the app. And that will relieve her to be able to support the department a little bit better.
Okay, excellent. And so, there's certainly no lack of things for our Teamsters and our secretarial team to do. And so I think everything we can do to help, one, I hear from them that, these are tedious type tasks. And so it's, they would rather be doing things that help our students and help our sites more. So I think that's a win. And then just to kind of pivot back to our previous presentation, I guess my hope would be in our remaining 12 months or so with digital advisors that they would actually bring forward more of these type of opportunities within our district. I think the presentation we saw was a pretty high level one, but I would hope that they would identify other opportunities, perhaps not necessarily in M&O, but like what are other ways that we could automate, find cost savings, deliver services more quickly, increase job satisfaction, those type of tangible things versus further, and so taking the recommendations from a high level, and we should certainly work on implementing some of those as Ms. Cowens laid out. Many of them we've already done and rolled out, but I would love to see us, if there's a way to utilize digital advisors and maximize the benefit from that contract. I would think that identifying these type of projects in other areas of the district, that there would be a benefit.
Well, and I think too, just if I may just make a little comment, is one of the things that Dr. Gonzalez and I are working on is scheduling just kind of like a briefing meeting for her and Dr. Clark on the facility master plan, as well as we'll do the same thing with PBK, since some of these decisions were made under prior leadership. Just want to make sure that Dr. Clark has all the information on what the facility master plan resulted in, and then also what we brought to the board for the initial recommendations with Measure J, so that if we need to do any changes and make anything else, line anything up a little bit different, we're able to bring that to the board. So we'll be working on that and kind of get school started, hopefully be able to set up that meeting just right after school starts, bring them up to board and bring them up to where we are. And then that way I think we'll be able to utilize Digital Advisor, to really pinpoint where the board told us to spend the money. When I'm saying the money, I mean Measure J. And then I think that we'll be able to see some movement over the next, couple months.
Great. All right. Thank you. Any other comments?
I just want to do a little quick shout out again to the maintenance department for all the work that they've done. We've really, all of our custodians, our tradespeople, our landscape department, my entire staff, I just want to say thank you for all the support you've given me and obviously the district over this time period, because everybody came back and has just been getting a lot of great work done. So thank you for letting me do that little shout out.
Of course. No, I think we can physically, we can actually see at the physical sites some of the changes and improvements, and we know we're keeping them very busy. So again, everything we can do to help them be more efficient and help them out, we want to do. So thank you to them and thank you to you.
Thank you for the time. Thank you.
All right. So with that, we're going to move along here. We actually have an action item related to the earlier presentation on the reopening of schools. So it's review and potential adoption of resolution 2021-1 to begin the 2020-21 school year with a full distance learning model. Dr. Clark, over to you.
Are you sure we want to go down this road? No. Yes. So let me pull this up here.
If you, I didn't know if you wanted, I think it's pretty straightforward in the resolution. I didn't know if there was anything else that you wanted to add to it.
No, I just want to add just overall, without going through the details of the resolution, and I don't quite know how we do it in this district, if we read the whole thing or if we just acknowledge it. But I think that that we had, we had some staff who really were concerned that we were still going to open up with the hybrid model, and so those concerns are warranted. And so I hopefully this resolution, us going forward with this resolution this evening, will make it crystal clear to staff and to parents that yes, we are going to distance learning, for the foreseeable future until we work that out. And I just want to acknowledge that hesitation on in everyone's minds is real, because everything just has been changing just constantly with this. So, 1 minute we're going down one road, next minute we're going down another road, next minute we're open, closed, hairstylists open, closed, restaurants open, closed. And so I get it. And so hopefully this will at least, create some peace so that we can really officially start that planning and start really preparing ourselves and working on alternative plans for many of our families and for our employees who have to adjust going forward. So again, staff is recommending that the board adopt resolution 20-21-1 /
All right, thank you. Do I have well, prior to a motion, I'll ask, is there any discussion, any questions? All right, I
guess I would just say where I agree the necessity. It's because I live in Bay Point it's very real to me that my community is at high risk just by virtue of the color of their skin. So they're already at high risk. And this means a lot of them won't be able to return to work. So I understand the need for safety for everyone, but I think my community carries a heavier burden than a lot of others.
So, Mr. President, you ready for a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
I would move the adoption of resolution 20/20-1 to begin the 2021 school year with full distance learning model. I just want to say I appreciate, section 2. There's a lot of concerns about the decision making to move away from complete distance learning. And so I think that was worded well because it leaves some room for decision making once the county moves Contra Costa County off the monitoring list. So it just enables us to then consider other options at that time. So I think that's a good way to approach it right now.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Durkee. Thank you, Ms. Mayo. Ms. Mayo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Count?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. And with that, we go to item 13.1, which is board member reports. Ms. Durkee, would you like to start us off this evening?
Sure, thank you. Well, first of all, I think, maybe it's some first opportunity to publicly thank Dr. Clark for joining us, for coming on board and, talk about hit the ground running. It's just amazing, out of necessity partly, but also that he's just was ready to do that. And I appreciate that. So I just want to say thank you for, couldn't be happier to have you at the helm. And I feel very comfortable and positive and optimistic about us being able to deal with everything we have to deal with in a really thoughtful, sensitive, and efficient way. So thank you. I also want to take the opportunity to thank Jennifer Sachs and Dr. Wendy Aguili for their critical role in bridging us between superintendents. That's a lot to ask people to do, and not surprising to me personally, but they really stepped up in a major way and provided critical, again, leadership. And it's, again, a little unusual practice, I think, but we were hopeful that we wouldn't find a new superintendent in relatively soon fashion. And so banked on that and asked them if they would fill that role for us. And it was an interim without us going and getting an interim superintendent. And they were gracious enough to accept the challenge and did an excellent job. We're very patient with all the questions and very responsive and very responsible. So again, I just want to thank them for all their hard. I know they didn't get a lot of sleep. That was a lot of hard work. So thank you for that. Let's see, I'm just going to run down real quickly a few things that I've done. I did, CSBA had a webinar on the legal issues that for board members to think about. And I won't go into details, but I thought it was really, really good. I was really impressed with the panel that they had and some of the specific questions. So that was a great service for school board members. Of course, adult ed graduation happened. That was the other thing is it was on July 18th, Saturday, July 18th. And Dr. Clark started July 20th, but he was there. And I'll tell you, the staff was just floored and thrilled to death that he took the time to come out on a Saturday to join us. Really, you all know what these graduations are like, and similar to format that all the graduations have happened. So but so just still very heartfelt. And I think we've talked about this when watching the other graduations, that I guess seeing the families up close or the supporters, whomever that might be for each individual student, because they're driving up, and you actually can see who that is for those that were able to do it. Not all the graduates are able to participate. But it just makes it that much more heartwarming. And it was particularly sentimental for me because it will be my last one, my last graduation period, and certainly last adult ed one. So so I tried to control myself, but that wasn't lost on me. So again, Dr. Clark, thank you very much for being there. It really meant a lot to everybody. Let's see, I participated in Congressman DeSaulnier had a town hall about, reopening schools. And I sat in on most of it. I didn't get to stay for the whole thing, but not surprising questions. It was a good community service, let's just say, I think, and people all over the map in terms of questions and concerns. But Mount Dabo, I guess, was mentioned. I think Ms. Mayo was talked about that. She was on there as well, that we were highlighted a couple of times. So that was nice to hear. And let's see, lastly, the adult ed also had another graduation for CNA, which is a great partnership. Multiple agency, the ombudsman, it was actually came out of a critical need of a shortage of certified nurse assistants in skilled nursing facilities. So the skilled nursing facilities came forward and said, we need help training people and finding people. So it's been going on for quite a while now, but they started in January, I think, or February, and had to stop. So it's supposed to be a 12-week program, and it was like, 6.5 months before they could finish. But they did. They had 12 graduates, and many of them have jobs already, and they become such a cohesive group, especially now with all this challenges that they face. So it was also another very heartwarming thing to watch. And then I think I mentioned last time that Pleasant Hill had a webinar. They've had another one. City of Pleasant Hill, their social justice and our community was the topic, and they're continuing to have these conversations with whomever wants to get on to talk about ways of equity and social justice and any concerns with the police department. And it's impressive what all that they've done. I think I mentioned them last year. So last meeting. So I just want to highlight that they're continuing that series. So, and I think that's it. So thank you.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Ms. Durkee. Ms. Mayo.
Whoops. Thank you for this opportunity. I too want to thank Dr. Clark for sticking with us for the second week of working with Mount Diablo School District. I know he's been out at some of our school sites as well as working with many of our staff members. And I join Mrs. Durkee in thanking Mrs. Sachs and Dr. Aguirre for their work during all of this transition periods. It's been amazing, and I appreciate their availability and their conscientiousness. I want to thank Mrs. Durkee and Dr. Clark too for attending the adult education graduation. I wasn't able to make it, and I recognize what an important role the CNA graduation has for our medical community, because we need more staff people that are qualified in that medical profession. I've participated in the sanitation work group for our school district efforts in planning, and I want to acknowledge the great work that they have done and the serious discussions they've had and the steps they are taking to allay staff members and family members' fears around the sanitation and disinfecting and cleaning of our school sites. This is very important to them, and they are very proud of the work that they do. And I think we need to give them a chance to prove themselves as we're moving forward in all the work that needs to be done. I wanted to share with you, because you know that PTA is part of my my upbringing in this district. The California State PTA has planned 12 evenings of parent training on a variety of topics, from leadership roles to special topics like advocacy or working with the social and emotional situation with children. They've been scheduled for 3 hours over each one of those nights. We finished 8 hours, and we have 8 days worth of trainings, and there are another 4 days of trainings in August. So if anyone is interested in participating in one of these trainings to see the caliber of work that's presented to volunteers throughout the state of California, please talk with me. It's pretty amazing when you have 400 people in a virtual setting discussing how to be a treasurer, or how to be an auditor, which can be a very arduous task regardless of any nonprofit status. And then the final thing I would like to ask is that we adjourn our meeting in memory of Julie Hernandez. She is a retired district employee who was an administrator, and she helped establish our small necessary high schools, and in particular worked at Summit High School for many years. And she was well remembered by individuals throughout the staff and by students in our community. And she worked with an assistant superintendent, Myra Reddick, to establish the small necessary high schools many years ago. So she lost her life due to breast cancer. So please support any campaign that works to fund cures for breast cancer. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Mayo. Ms. Count?
All right. Well, it's great to welcome Dr. Clark and thank all of our staff for all of their leadership during this very challenging time. So yes, echoing all of that. Ms. Mayo, it's great to hear about the sanitation work group. I don't think I've seen all of their detailed work. That would be really great to see. I know there's some great work being done out there. Let's see, I've been involved with various webinars and things like that going forward about, digital divide with CDE and CSBA. A number of foundations have come forward and asked about how they could help with things like internet and mobile hotspots and things like that. And so that's part of why I'm so interested in finding out what our need is, even if it's very difficult for us to afford, because I think that there are entities out there that really want to help and can help if we can identify those students that are oftentimes, hard to reach. So it's exciting to see that we may actually close the digital divide once and for all, statewide, nationwide, because of all of this. So some silver lining there. Just reflecting on as we make decisions, during this tumultuous time, what are kind of some of the key values that that we bring to the table? And I think the first is our health. Really protecting all of our employees, our students, and doing the best things that we can to make sure that everyone's as protected as possible. The second would be equity. I think really looking at all of the various student needs out there. I really appreciate that there's that limited hybrid piece of the model that's looking at, after it's deemed to be safe, what small groups of students can we bring in that really, are not able to access distance learning, maybe in the ways that other students are, and other needs that are just not met in the full distance learning model. And then third, just the communication. And I know that's been improving over time. We do the best that we can as a district to communicate out to everyone and involve people in the strategizing and the design for the reopening plan, communicating the protocols that keep people safe, communicating the different registration options, and whether it's homeschool or your neighborhood school, being very intentional about reaching all of our families through multilingual, through outreach that doesn't just involve email, but those in-person connections, the phone, whatever it takes to kind of reach all of our students. So I really appreciate all of the efforts that have been going forward in those three ways. Another thing I just wanted to share with you all is some opportunities for youth leadership that are out there right now. So one is Michelle Alas, who had come forward at our last meeting with the proposal for a student board member, also leads the Mount Diablo Acalanes chapter of Gen Up. And they are looking for to recruit even more students to their group. It's a California-based, student-led social justice organization that advocates for education through the power of youth voices. And so students, you can share this with any students you may know in the district. They can go to generationup.net and apply to be part of that chapter, which is pretty exciting. And then also connected with them is empoweredusa.org, which is a student-led Contra Costa engaged student-led Contra Costa group who focuses on engaging youth in democracy in all different ways. And then lastly, the paid opportunity that's out there right now that hopefully you've all seen is the for youth. It's the County Health Ambassador, where they're looking for, the county's looking for 25 ambassadors from all across the county. There was some conflicting information. I think one of the county supervisors sent it out as age 18 to 24, and the other one, it said age 15 to 24. So I'll be trying to get the actual age range there, but it's a paid stipend of $525. And it goes from July through December of 2020. And it's the role of the ambassador is peer-to-peer education, teaching students how to protect themselves from COVID-19. So I think it's a great opportunity for student leadership and education and keeping everyone healthy. So just wanted to share that. Once I get more details, I can post it on CheriseCound.com or on social media and get the word out. So that will be exciting. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Count. Ms. Mason?
Yeah, I had seen that as well, Cherise, and it was, the one I saw was from Supervisor Joya, and it said 18 to 24, so I'll have to get clarity on that. As many of you know, I was on the Racial Justice Task Force, and then appointed by the supervisors to the Racial Justice Oversight Committee, and then the chair of the Data Collection Committee. And I'm very excited to announce that there is a draft proposal out for the Board of Supervisors to create a Contra Costa County Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice. It hasn't gone before the full board yet. When it does, they will be doing a lot of outreach to communities. They want to get the communities involved and the community input. So as more information becomes available about that, I will let you guys know and get you involved. And then the Los Medones Community Healthcare District met this evening and approved funding for Bay Point schools to help with connectivity and whatever internet needs our students might need. And we're lucky to have a Bay Point rep who's sitting in my living room right now, my husband. And as soon as I get more details from him on it, I will email Dr. Clark and know who's going to be contacting him. And the money can be spent on any Bay Point school, also City of Pittsburgh, which is Delta View, or Mount Diablo High School, because that's the group that pays taxes into the Los Medones Community Healthcare District. So good news there, some funding to help our families get connected out here. And welcome, Dr. Clark, and I'm looking forward to working with you. And that's it for me.
All right, great. Thank you, Ms. Mason. I think obviously we're all excited to have Dr. Clark here. He's having a great deal of fun, I can tell. And our board 2 months ago made it a difficult decision to part ways with our former superintendent. And it was precisely because we felt at a time like this, extremely critical time, that we needed a leader like Dr. Clark. And so I think all 5 of us, as well as people throughout the district, are very excited to have him. And I would just echo my fellow board members in saying a giant thank you to Dr. Aguili and Ms. Sachs, as well as everyone else on staff who really stepped up and helped during the transition during these last 2 months. And obviously the work does not stop here. There is more to be done. So thank you for that. I do want to touch on the fact that I'd like to congratulate Medea on the ratification of the contract. And, it is certainly a long time in coming. Our board is hopeful of reaching agreement with our other bargaining units in the near future. That is something we very much want. While recognizing that, the contract is not what our bargaining units are hoping for, and it's not what our board hoped to be able to provide, but knowing that, we've taken a $27 million hit to our budget since February, plus the possibility of deferrals and massive economic uncertainty, that has impacted, every school district and their ability to provide funding, and the fact that the needs are greater than ever in terms of what we need to do to purchase equipment, what we need for cleaning supplies, and to make sure that our sites are safe, and a multitude of other things. So that is a vast challenge. And I'd also echo Ms. Mason, who there are parts of our community, Bay Point, Monument Corridor, which are disproportionately being hit by this pandemic, and that I think many of us are grateful that, recognizing that a lot of our neighbors, a lot of our families, our homeless population is growing, our unemployed population is going up hugely, the economic pain is very real, and the distance learning is an added challenge for those families. And, we worry a great deal about those students being left behind. I would remind folks that a school district, there are certain things that we can control, but there are a lot of things that are beyond our control, but they have a huge impact on how we're able to help our students. And so that is things like, and there are people who do not like the fact that I speak out regarding some of the national issues, but I think they have a local impact. And the fact that the President of the United States has threatened to withhold funding from schools that are looking at distance learning. And at the same time that the presidential convention has been canceled for in-person, but an expectation of students going back to school, and tremendous pressure upon the CDC to not be governed by science, but instead political pressure to achieve a result. And the fact that many of our frontline workers lack PPE still when we're months into this pandemic. And the fact that in addition to the increase in positive test results, there's also a delay in receiving test results. So people, there's a delay sometimes to even get the test. And then once you've gotten the test, you may be waiting 10 to 14 days to get the results. And so the idea, 6 weeks ago, I was much more confident that we were going to be able to open school in some fashion to have at least some of our students back in. But first and foremost is our responsibility to protect the safety of our students and our employees, and that has to come first. And I sure hope that we're able to get our students back in the classroom as quickly as possible. But there are other things that help dictate that are beyond our control. And so I would just encourage people to look at those factors and to understand what's going on. And if you haven't already, make sure to register to vote in November. I also think that there's an opportunity for us. One of the things that I also heard other board members touch on is to look at our curriculum during this time and some of the things that consider what we teach and what we don't teach, and making sure that our curriculum, I think there have been some really strong things that we've done, especially at the high school level in terms of social studies, but I think there's more that we can continue to do to give a full picture of the world and allow our students to engage in that. And then as a final item, so I will certainly, Ms. Mayo, I'm going to go ahead and I will be adjourning the meeting in memory of Julie Hernandez, but we'll also be adjourning it in honor of Alexa Despins, who was a fifth grader who was would be going into sixth grade at Sequoia Middle School, and fought very bravely and passed away earlier this month. So I think that just all gives us a reminder of why we're here and the type of decisions that we're making. And so we'll be adjourning the meeting at the end in honor and remembrance of both Julie and Alexa, and our thoughts are with their families. So that is the end of my report. With that, Dr. Clark, I turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, President Lawrence. First of all, I just, I really want to thank the board just for their leadership as, just in my short time here, I've just gotten to see you all in action, and, you have a tremendous responsibility on your shoulders, really governing this very large and very diverse district. And each and every one of you really have just a heart of gold. And so, I really want to acknowledge that. And that has come out so clear, over the last few weeks as I've gotten to know you, or just, seeing how you, how passionate you are about the students and families and employees of the Mount Diablo Unified School District. So for that, I do want to thank you. This is my life's work. So of course, I'm going to step into a situation that's challenging during a challenging time, and really embrace that opportunity. And and with that said, I just want to let everyone know that that there is a superintendent in this district, and that the buck stops with me. I'm responsible to the board. The board has been voted in by the by the community to make sure that the that the district is physically solvent and is meeting the needs of all of our students and staff members. And so you board have employed me to take on that responsibility. And so from going forward from last Monday until the future, I am responsible, and I take responsibility of all that takes place in this district. Everything bad that is, okay? The good is going to be bestowed upon those who are really doing that. And I'm not looking to take any credit. I'm just looking to support the magic that is going to take place, with our students and with our families and with staff. And with that, I just want to, first of all, I just want to acknowledge, going into the 2020-2021 academic year, that this will be a year like no other. I mean, there is nothing that could have prepared us for this year. There's no guidebook on it. There's no guidance. I mean, this is going to be a year like we've never seen. And I really think, the mindset that we embrace this year with is going to be very important. And, I want to acknowledge that every single person associated with this district has experienced trauma, right? So, our families who graduated last year, they experienced trauma. The staff who did not get an opportunity to bring closure to last year, it's been trauma for them. My heart breaks for those, kindergartners who are ready to, take on their first day of school in the next couple of weeks, and that they have to do this through distance learning. I believe, if I had my way, all kids would be on campus with their teachers and with staff who care about them. Just because I feel that way, it doesn't mean that I don't care about the safety of our staff. It doesn't mean that I don't care about the safety of our students. I do. I care very deeply about them. I also really care about our families and about what they face on a day-to-day basis, and especially our families, who come from who have low socioeconomic situations, and who have lost their jobs or are working multiple jobs, and don't have the luxury to stay home and teach their students. I truly feel for those families. You know, I feel for staff. I totally understand the juggling act of, you know, of taking something that you have always done or that you've done for the last 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and then all of a sudden in the drop of a dime, you have to completely change. And I understand that there's a lot of fear and unrest about what, you know, what may come, you know, down the line and stuff. And so I empathize with all of those, with all of those individuals. You know, I just want to, you know, say that going forward, I understand that there needs to be trust that needs to be reestablished, and we need to rebuild relationships, and we need to rebuild trust. I'm making the commitment that that from, you know, from our standpoint, we are going to go forward in good faith. So you know, there's been a lot of comments, there's been a lot of things said about the district's intentions, about, you know, what we're ultimately trying to do. We really need to get past that and start to rebuild some of these relationships so that we can, you know, really know that we have each other's back and that we're going to support one another and going forward in our mission. So just you know, a couple notes I had you know, put down is that the board and superintendent, we have the responsibility to serve all students, all families, and all staff members, right? So it's not just, you know, we don't just have, you know, the families who, you know, who have the tremendous amount of need. We're not just responsible to them, we're responsible to all families and all of our employee groups. And so as a board and superintendent, we are going to work, you know, side by side to ensure that, you know, our vision and our goals and our policies support all. And so I think that's something very important to put out there. In doing all of that, if we are not physically solvent, then it's all for naught, right? Then if the lights don't come on, then we can't do anything. So no matter what, because we're in the situation that we're in, we're going to have to be very intentional with how we allocate resources. We need to, you know, we need to look at as we purchase, we need to make sure that what we're purchasing can be used, you know, either multiple years or to serve, you know, multiple different, you know, groups of students or staff members. So we don't want to be in a reactionary mode. We always want to be in a preventive mode and really looking ahead. And so here, you know, we're starting forward. You know, we're starting in this process now as we really start to, you know, commit to different platforms for distance learning, commit to different programs, you know, really invest in devices. You know, I'm hoping with this energy from the board and from so many in our community that we can really start to form partnerships with, you know, with our surrounding cities. And so that we can shift the conversation away from hotspots to wide range internet access for all, right? And so us as a district trying to give hotspots to, you know, to all of our students when we have whole sections of cities who actually need Wi-Fi and access to, you know, to not only devices, but the ability to connect. I think we can really put our efforts towards that as we start to go forward. So that's something that, you know, that I'm excited about. Something that I'm committed to working with the board on is really ensuring that, you know, that the roles and responsibilities and policies throughout the district are followed. And that may seem like a simple task, but it really isn't. And so we need to make sure that we're listening to, you know, to our folks. We need to make sure that we're providing support. You know, so providing support doesn't necessarily just mean resources. So providing support means providing clear directions and then clear means to actually achieving what it is that people are being directed to do. And so, and that goes all throughout the organization, from myself to board members to, you know, frontline workers to everyone within our organization, really being crystal clear with, you know, with our goals and with our roles and responsibilities. And just lastly, I know that the that the reopening plan has been it's been a tough process. Again, I can go back to back in March with the lack of guidance coming from the CDE or from the state, because no one has been down this road before, and so we're all just kind of figuring out things as we're going along. However, we're part of an organization where we're used to very clear mandates, very clear requirements, and very clear directives. And we have not really received that. And so just trying to put together a path for reopening has been very difficult, especially when we have to pivot throughout that process. So I really want to acknowledge everyone who has given input, everyone who participated on those, and everyone who is working going forward in bargaining, what we're trying to establish for next year. And it's not just our teachers who we have to bargain with. We have other labor groups, 6 to be exact, of different labor groups that we all have to sit down at the table with and to bargain with, and to make sure that everyone's needs are being met and everyone's in appropriate working conditions. But we as a district, we are going to operate in good faith. We're going to, as I say, we're going to always, take the high road, and we're going to try to do what's right for all students, all families, and all staff members. And with that, that concludes my superintendent's report, unless there's any questions from any of the trustees.
All right, so we're going to move along. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Move along to our consent agenda. So item 15.1, items listed under consent agenda are considered routine and will be approved, adopted by a single motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. However, any item may be removed from the consent agenda upon the request of any member of the board and acted upon separately. So do we have requests from the board to remove any of the items from consent?
Yeah, I'd like to pull 15.2 and 15.11.
And I'd like to pull 15.13.
Okay, 15.13. Anybody else? Okay, so I would be looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus 15.2, 15.11, and 15.13, which would be moved to separate consideration. Do I have a motion?
Mr. President, I move the board adopt the consent agenda with the exception of 15.2, 15.11, and 15.13, which will be considered separately.
I'll second that.
All right, motion Ms. Mayo, second Ms. Mason. Thank you for that. Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Pound?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. We now move along to item 15.2 for separate consideration, which is the review and potential approval to renew the Bay Area resources.
Contract with the CARES program.
Yeah, I read the front snippet and then I had to wait for it to load. BARC contract for a CARES expanded learning program.
Yeah, a couple things. One of them, in the past, they've always given us how much the cost is and then how much, because BACR gets a percentage indirectly. So that wasn't there that I could see.
Okay, well, the good news is we've got Stephanie Roberts on the line on the call. And so she'll be able to answer, I think, some follow-up questions. Stephanie, are you there?
Her name popped up. So her name's there.
I know, she's remote.
There she is.
I'm here. Sorry, I was watching and listening at the same time, so I heard you guys on mute. So Deborah, I'm so grateful that you actually pulled it. So I didn't hear the question because it was in double comment. So can you repeat the question first?
Just this particular contract didn't show the amount that BACR gets the indirect for just handling the contract for us.
Let me pull it up. I've got it in
Unless
front.
it was by school site. There wasn't one at the
Yes.
bottom.
Yeah, we combined it all into the amount per school. I can put up the actual detail, but I think it's 5% because we don't pay any more than the 5%. We've kind of stayed with that because that's whatever our districts, it's 5% actually, 5%. And let me just say, I'm on Google, so it's the same as it's been every year. And when we've done it, we just put it into the totals per school.
So if my memory's right, that's around 130,000, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, around. They have been trying to increase it over the years, and we've been steadfast because in other comparable districts, they go up to theirs, which is 10%, but they've held it with us for 5%. But can I add one thing to address? Because I wanted to make sure that I clarified in the contract, the Exhibit B, the language were changed, and we checked the boxes. So I just want to assure the board and the superintendent, we will make sure that, of course, the after-school staff needs fingerprinting. The box that was checked was just the wrong box. So the contract that we get signed by Dr. Clark and BACR will have that corrected, and of course, Dr. Clark's name.
And my last question, and I don't know if you can answer it or not, but is there something in place to monitor the numbers? Because I know as much as after school folks hate it, it's daycare to a lot of parents. And with a lot of parents not working, I'm wondering what's going to happen to the numbers. That would be part A. Part B would be if we're just not coming near to meeting our numbers, is there any talk in the after school world about can we turn that money around and leverage it to best serve our kids in distance learning?
So I can answer the two. There was, I think it's SB, I don't know the number, but a Senate bill just got passed that gave ACES funded programs flexibility to not meet that attendance requirement through while we're in social distancing and distance learning. I know that they're giving us flexibility. So I'm not sure if all board members in the community saw the chart that I created, but as we transition into hybrid, we do have flexibility to push in and assist classroom teachers during the day. The challenge will be is if we do that, then we won't have enough staff to do the 3 to 6. So we just have to make that determination. Do we want to do expanded learning to allow those families to work till 6? Or do we want to adjust our model and push into staff for the 3.5? And that really will be through the discussions with the superintendent and the board. And so we won't know until we move there. Our staff is ready. They've been helping with the grab and goes. They've been doing the distance learning. They were, doing all kinds of other things, but we do have that flexibility with the guidance from CDE.
Would it be too much of an ask to have a monthly report from CARES on how their numbers are looking?
No, we can. We're definitely collecting, and we can let you know the touches. But no, we can definitely provide that to the superintendent, and he can provide that to you.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah, so I have heard. Oh, sorry, Ms. Mayo, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I have heard a question of whether the after-school programs are going to be open during distance learning as like an additional childcare option for a period of time, or do they not open until we have a hybrid?
Our intent right now, since we are a district-run expanded learning program, is to follow the same guidance that we're having with our staff. So at this point in time, we aren't planning on opening a child care program or another program but we are partnering. Melanie Kozlow and I have been working with a lot of our child care providers just to provide some resources to families in addition to Cocoa Kids. We have other providers that are offering child care programs on our campuses. So, and we were ready to do essential child care when the county asked, but when they looked at their numbers, there weren't enough individuals that wanted that service. So we're fluid. but we really definitely are taking guidance from the board and what we're doing as a school district. So we haven't gone that route yet.
So are there, if we have families that are essential workers that are challenged by this distance learning model, I've been referring anybody to Cocoa Kids, but is there additional resource places we should be referring them to?
No, Cocoa Kids is the perfect place. That's what the county's wanting us to send them. The best part about Cocoa Kids is you put your information in, and then it will give you a list of providers that meet what you're looking for. The reference I was making regarding the childcare fee-based programs is we have, Diana Dare, YMCA, all kinds of other programs. There's about, I think, 9 or 10 of them that are on our campuses. And some of our own families who may not be essential workers might want to access those if they knew. Most of our families know, but we're going to centralize that into one document that'll be accessible and available on our district. We're just still gathering the most current information.
Great, great.
So one side note I would have on that is I just think that there's a balance with our on-site childcare, and obviously we want those children, those workers to remain safe. There are some things they're able to do in terms of distancing and things like that. And there is a balance, and if they're serving essential workers. And, I know there's a concern. Obviously, we have higher requirements because we provide cleaning services for those on-site daycares. And, we would certainly have increased costs, but I think we need to just balance that with recognizing that for the daycare providers, that they're having to hire more staff, they're having fewer children there. And so I think just for us as a district, I know it's something I briefly discussed with Dr. Clark, but I think we just want to be very cognizant and very accommodating to work with them as best we can, because we do recognize the burden that this is placing on families.
Yeah, we totally understand, and we've been having those conversations really through the leadership of Melanie and Lisa, our CBO, and I've just joined just because of the information I have, but we definitely can give you information as we roll that out, but I 100% agree, and we know that that's going to be fluid because there's going to be families that need full day childcare, but when we go to hybrid, that will change, and facilities is an issue, so we know there's multiple variables, and as Dr. Clark has shared, we need to be fluid and we need to adjust and identify the needs that our families have. So, but safety and cleanliness have been the top conversation in those conversations. So.
Great. Okay, thank you. I think I was so riveted by the conversation. I don't think we've actually had a motion on this yet. So is there a motion here on item 15.2?
I thought Linda had a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Mayo, did you have a comment?
I was just going to ask Ms. Roberts to brag about the program last year and how many students we were serving through the After School Cares program, but that may not be a number she has at her fingertips.
I do know that number. Yeah, when it's a traditional program, we serve over 2,600 students every day. And then we do a 6-week summer program. And our intent is summer 2021. We will be providing a summer program. That's why it's in that column. But you're right, our care staff, they are the epitome of pivot. They really see their strengths and they're there to bring value, and they have such strong relationships with the family. So I'm so grateful that we're able to partner with them. And I think that they're going to help us provide a better, safer, engaging environment for our families. So we're at the table and we're excited to be here, and we appreciate you taking the time to approve the contract because our staff is ready to come back and do what we need to do.
I also want to give a shout out to Foods and Nutrition Services because they stepped up to the plate. I believe it was 2 years ago, perhaps, or maybe it was a little longer, in serving supper as well as the snack. And that was a critical addition to all of our students. So it's a wonderful program for our entire community.
Yeah, and they're another example of, partners out there who can help identify student needs during this distance learning, right? So they might know some of those students that need hotspots. So just another plug. Make sure they're in the loop of, being able to share that information.
We will.
Okay, great. So can I get a motion here on item 15.2?
Mr. President, I would move that the board adopt the approval to renew the Bay Area Community Resources Contract for CARES Expanded Learning Program.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mayo and Ms. Mason. Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. We move along to 15.11, renewal of brokerage agreement between Alliant Insurance Services and MDUSD. Questions from the board?
I pulled this because my son-in-law works for Alliant, so I'm going to recuse myself. Even though he works in Southern California, just rather recuse myself.
Okay, understood. So we'll, can I get a motion, please?
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the renewal of the brokerage agreement between Alliant Insurance Services Incorporated and the Mount Diablo Unified School District.
Thank you,
I'll
Ms.
second.
All right. Motion, Ms. Mayo, second, Ms. Durkee. Ms. Durkee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 4-0 with one abstention. And we move along to item 15.13. And welcome back, Ms. Mason. So this is a review and potential approval of the request to increase and decrease full-time equivalent of certificated personnel for the 2020-2021 school year.
I was the one that requested that this be pulled. There are 2 FTE for librarians, even though they're broken out in smaller pieces. And I don't mean that I'm breaking staff, but anyway, they're smaller portions of FTE. And then also the vocal music for Valhalla, Silverwood, and Meadow Homes. My question is, were these funded by PFC, parent faculty clubs? Or I heard a comment earlier that some of these positions were vacant. So could there just be an explanation, please?
I think your mic needs to go on, Dan.
Hi, this is Dan Scudero. It's those positions that you see on there are positions that came out of the PARS agreement. So because there was fewer people in the HR and the payroll department, you're seeing some of those PARS releases still playing out in the board meetings. And that's my understanding of it. In terms of the librarians, I don't know if Jen wants to add her 2 cents on this.
These were not being paid out of parent faculty club. These were all out of the general fund.
For the librarians. What about for the vocal music?
As I'm looking at the list, I believe it's the same answer.
Okay.
As I look at the final list, they do have the programs built out by parent faculty club, and there's actually no parent faculty club funds listed. So they are all general fund.
Okay, thank you.
So can I ask a follow-up then? Or did you have a follow-up to it, Linda?
No, I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
Okay. So follow-up question to that is, so does that mean, I appreciate that if there's a vacant position, we don't want to replace it right now. It's much better to remove vacant positions than actual people positions. But I'm wondering what that means in terms of our vocal music program and our library services. Does that mean that all of our schools are still going to be served with these programs, or that we will be cutting back in certain locations? What does it mean from a student perspective?
So we've been brainstorming about what this might look like. Really, librarian support and the vocal music support is utilized not only for students instruction, but also to provide prep for the elementary school teachers. In this full-time distance learning model, we kind of hedged our bets to say, well, these are the vacant positions. If we held back and we eliminated them now, might we need to be able to add them later in the event we open up in a hybrid? The answer was yes. But we knew in a hybrid, we'd only be serving this half the students at the, at different times. So really what we're taking a look at is utilizing the FTE and the support that we have remaining and determining how can we provide service maybe in every other week so the classroom teacher can have some additional instruction. The classroom teacher, based on the different schedule models that we've been looking at, they will have appropriate prep with that instructional minutes under SB 98 if we end up looking at and agreeing on some of the schedules that are being floated around with our partners with Medea. So it's not so much the prep, but it's that service to students in that instruction. So part of it is, again, taking a look at the schedule, maybe doing something that's every other week for students, or having these experts in these fields provide some lessons that then can be shared at different school sites. So if they're not at the school site, they're able to provide a locked and loaded set of lessons for the teachers so they can continue with the vocal music or with the library media science, work within just that virtual classroom. So we're still tinkering around with it. We really want to make sure that those individuals are part of the planning process. But that's kind of how we're looking at it right now in this entirely new full-time distance learning model.
Okay, so it's not that a particular school site will be losing this versus other school sites. There's still a district-wide.
What we are looking at, honestly, is to actually possibly reallocate the FTE at some of the secondary sites. Their model is very different. They keep the libraries open. They're available for digital literacy. So we're thinking we might be able to utilize some of their skill set in a little bit of a different way. But we're still looking at the individuals that we have left, the schedule that will be soon, working on with our agreement with the teachers union. And we're going to kind of go from there with regards to how we're going to allocate the remaining FTE.
I'd also like to jump in here and just add that, I want to commend Jen and Wendy and a number of other individuals, because once the board approved PARS, we had to sit down and really try to figure out, we have a 15% non-replacement, and we really tried to make sure that it didn't mean that we were maxing classes out everywhere, that we tried to find some flexibility in other places. So these really are a result of the 15% non-replacement from PKS. I think there's some on this board agenda. I think there was some on the last one as well. And although it doesn't say that in the notes, we'll make sure that in the future we're bringing that piece in so that you can see it in these reports.
Thank you, because we did make a commitment to PARS, and through that process, we're making a commitment for budget reductions. And I was unaware that this was related to PARS. So thank you.
Do we have a motion here on item 15.13?
I do have another question on this item.
Yep.
It's under Monty Gardens and Sequoia. We're adding FTE to those to address parent school compact tenants. For the general public, could you explain what those are and how exactly they relate?
So when both of these schools began years and years ago, I think one of the schools was late 70s and one of the schools was possibly late 80s. They really established a set of school parent compact with a list of agreements. And these agreements went to the Board of Education, and one agreement that they both have listed for these two choice schools was that they would not have combination classrooms. Generally, this is not something that pops to the, it doesn't come up on the radar because they have very consistent staffing from year to year. Their numbers do not change. They take from a waiting list where families put their students on. However, this year, they were impacted by projections and budget reductions. And so they lost a position. After many a conversation through the spring, we continued to hold off until we saw what the numbers look like in the surrounding schools. There was a revisiting after a lot of input from the community on those parent school compacts and what it said. And so after some discussion, it was determined that we should bring those positions back. Now, the good news is that along with those positions, they're able to fill those classrooms. So then what we're doing is we're minimizing a bit of the overages that's happening at some of the school sites. So our student services department is working on that to take a look to see where have we released some of the pressure and being over, at the same time allowing that school in order to fill the classes, as is a normal practice over there. So that's what the parent school compact tenants refers to.
So is there somewhere where people can see the wording of that compact? Is it on the school website, or is it an actual legal document? I have not seen.
There are copies that have been provided. In the past, I don't know exactly who has them in the files. What I can do is I can make sure that we have copies available for you.
Are you ready for a motion, Mr. President?
I am. Are there any other questions? Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm just very concerned about what's going on here, because it looks like we're removing positions from some schools and adding to others because of compacts that were made in the 70s and 80s. I'm not sure that is actually what's best serving our students. I mean, I think ideally we would have no combo classes anywhere in our district, but obviously that would be very expensive to implement. So I'm just struggling here.
Background is that this became a huge issue several years ago when we were trying to redo the policy on transfers and, you know, the priority list and whatever. And this all came out, and there was a lot of, you know, somebody had to go digging to figure out where, just to your point, where did this come from? How legal is it? Whatever. And I think it's something that could be revisited, you know, in the future, but it's not a simple, we can't just say, oh, does it count? You know, just, it's like, it's going to take some real intense focus on the board and the superintendent to revisit that, because it's pretty entrenched. And there is documentation, you know, I mean, others might remember this better than I, but I think it was like a letter from the superintendent at the time that created this tenant. And so I think the decision back then when which wasn't that long ago, because was trying grappling with this policy, was, you know, we just need to respect that and leave it. But for future board discussion, I think you could look at the possibility of revisiting that. So, to your point about this kind of situation we find ourselves in now. So.
Right. I mean, I think if parents at other schools knew that they needed a compact to avoid combo classes, maybe they would have created one for their school too.
Well, it's deeper than that.
You know, maybe our dual language programs would have just implemented that, you know, as part of their special program. But I don't know that they knew that was an option.
Well, this was way back when
to basics schools.
Exactly.
You know, they call that's what they were called then, is back to basics. So it was again, we call them choice schools. So it's, again, I think it's worth thinking about looking at it, but I don't think we can just say, be flipping them out right now. I think, and I wouldn't expect that the board would be in a position of approving other compacts going forward. I don't think that's the direction we want to go in. Because, back in the day, back to basics meant something too. And so, but it is about parent involvement. Yeah.
I didn't realize that they were still the back to basics school. I thought that they had changed to IB elementary schools or something different.
I'm saying that was the origin of it, and that part of back to basics was a compact with parents about the level that they'll be involved. And that's what this, that was part of the culture that was created. And so this tenant is again, I think it's simply a letter from the superintendent, making this commitment.
Okay. So, I mean, I want to honor our commitments to our parents, the ones who have been counting on this. I absolutely understand that. But I think as we move forward as a district, we do need to be aware of the inequities that have existed in our district for many, many years, and not necessarily just let them all stand because they've always been there. We need to figure out ways to create opportunities for all of our students And, I think looking at right now, I think a number of people have written to us making the point that a dual language program is even harder to do in a combo class situation. You're doing not only 2 grade levels, but also 2 languages. But we're okay with that, apparently, right? Because we can't afford not to, apparently. But so it's just, I struggle with this a lot. And I think that we need to, moving forward, try to figure out some better ways to do this.
Well, when I asked a specific question though earlier on the reopening about dual language, I didn't get the impression that that was a done deal, that that's how we were going to move forward. So I think everything's handled on a case by case basis. And I agree with Trustee Durkee. I don't think it's a time that we can just pull this out with everything else that's going on and say, oh, we're not doing this anymore, but it does deserve a second look in the future.
Right, that's what I was asking about. What is the legal basis? I think as you are all maybe more familiar with these compacts as the newest member of the board, that I have not even seen the document that says it. So I think for transparency purposes, we should be providing that to the public.
Yeah, so one thing we'll try to do is to uncover these documents where they are, and we'll at least try to bring them to light so that we can even have a discussion about them. So I think that's something that we can work on.
I appreciate that.
So it's my understanding that the dual language programs do not have any combination classes. I hope someone can verify if I'm wrong. Then the second piece to this is that this class that might have been combination class will now be full. So it's not it seems to resolve the inequity claim, because the class, it will be the same size as any other class across the district.
Ms. Mayo, I apologize because I would like to discuss this further, and I have a couple of things I would like to say on it. But before we do that, I'm just looking at the time and we're at 10:27. So I was going to ask, because I do want to return to this issue. So I was going to ask, and again, I apologize for interrupting you, Ms. Mayo, but can we get a meeting extension, please?
Do we want to try to finish today or tomorrow? What is your preference?
Linda to do it. Linda,
Let's say midnight. Let's say midnight.
Extension,
Go for it, Linda. Go for it.
I move that the board extend its meeting until midnight.
I'll second that.
All right, motion Ms. Mayo, second Ms. Mason, extend the meeting to midnight if necessary. No requirement to actually go till midnight. Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Pound?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I also vote yes. My apologies, Ms. Mayo. I return to you for your comments. I think you're on mute now, Ms. Mayo.
You'll love that. No, I'm finished for right now. Thank you.
Okay. So I think my comments would be, I think there are multiple pieces to this. I think, to simply say, well, I don't want inequity in our schools. I mean, I think that's something that everyone on our board would support. I think that the point regarding, I think we need to look at things like, are we able to fully staff a class? And so if we're actually able to bring kids off a wait list, fully staff a class and fully staff 2 of them, that would seem to be a benefit. I think that if we are looking at other schools and not following that same thing, if we had an issue where, at a different school, they had people wanting to join that class and we didn't give them that opportunity if they, if they had people on the wait list, I think that would be inequitable, but I'm not sure that's the situation here. I do think we need to look very closely at our combo classes. And, I think we also need to look at our schools that, 1, have historically struggled, and 2, are being disproportionately hit by what's happening today. I think that's entirely appropriate. And I also think separately, we can certainly revisit the tenets of what we have with certain schools. But to me, this is a question of understanding, here's a school that has a wait list that we can potentially fill up 2 classes. That seems like it's a win for kids and makes financial sense. We were told, I think that, we're being told by staff that the dual language do not have combos. And so I think if we find that there's evidence to the contrary of that, then we should revisit that and certainly look at that. But and perhaps we just need to get that information out there. And I think this is in keeping with the fact that we did provide additional full-time employees for those schools to help with that, because we do want to address those inequities. So, you know, those are just a couple of my thoughts on it. I think we just want to make sure we're, you know, asking the proper questions on the correct issue here.
And I think it's important to understand that staff is going to be giving us the numbers around the registration and those students that choose to leave the district for this fall enrollment, that there will be some recalibration once school starts and we get to September 15th, perhaps, or maybe it'll be shortly after the 1st of September. And so there's a lot of information that will be coming to the board. We could be provided now with a list of where the combinations are expected, but by the time school starts, or even by the end of August, the situation will be completely different based on who actually walks, well, not walks in the door, but who signs online to receive virtual instruction. So normally, I'm not so sure that we would be having this anxiety discussion this time of year. It would be occurring more closer after the start of school than right now.
If I can just add one additional piece of information, we are waiting on some of Shore Acres registration numbers. There seems to be 2 grade levels where there's just a low number. And so before we issue additional FTE, we want to make sure that those numbers are solidified. So with the Aries rollover that's happening right now, that should be in its completion, we'll probably have additional numbers. So we might need to take a look at that one. So if there was some feedback from the community on there being a dual language school that might have a combo, that may have been part of the conversation, because they are very, very low in a particular grade level. And so I just wanted to add that piece.
And I would just say, I think that there's an opportunity for us to potentially be creative. There are logistical challenges, but if, you know, we had, with us starting in distance learning, I think that there might be opportunities to take, you know, Shore Acres and another school that both had relatively low numbers, and instead of doing a combo class, maybe there's a combined 3rd grade class across 2 schools and a combined 4th grade class across 2 schools, those type of things. Now, the challenge with that would obviously be if 6 weeks in, we're then returning to an in-class model or, you know, hybrid, and we're returning students to the classroom. That would create logistical challenges. But I think that it's at least worth looking at and being creative so that we do, you know, provide the maximum resources that we can. And I'm sure Dr. Clark and staff are already thinking around things like that.
Yeah, it's definitely time for creativity. I think it's the nervousness that people have about distance learning, and parents, you know, just trying to even get their head around what distance learning is going to look like. And then when they hear it might be a combo, it's, you know, it's a whole nother level. And that's, I think, why it's coming up this early in the year. So you appreciate all the creative solutions and really the attempts to make sure that all student needs are met. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would just add a last thing on combos, which is, you know, I think the part when we balance combos with class size, because, you know, I think one of the things I learned when I first came on the board was, you know, the theory of let's go from 28 students to 26 students sounds great, but when you look at doing that at an existing school, and so let's say you had 3 2nd grade classes of 28, and now you've said, okay, now we're going to 26 for 3rd grade. Well, you've got 2 students from each class. You've got 6 kids who, where do you put them? You know, it's not financially very feasible to say, okay, we're going to create a 4th class, but at the same time, do you want to have 6 kids who are no longer able to go to that school, and how do you balance that? And so those are some of the the difficult challenges, as we balance things like, trying to do our best, even though class sizes have had to increase some through the budget process, trying to keep our class sizes low. But those are some of the type of trade-offs that we have to be aware of and recognize that these decisions, they have repercussions and there are trade-offs.
Right, and it's not even totally clear cut because a combo is not necessarily a bad thing. I think for one of my daughters, two of her best years of school were in a combo class. Just an amazing teacher who was really good at personalizing, and she could have taught 3 different grade levels and it would have been fine. So that's the other thing, I think, matching up teachers who are comfortable with the specifics of how to run a combo class. And if you can find that teacher to lead the combo class, then it can be a really great thing for students. So yeah, being open to those ideas.
Okay. Anything else on this? Okay, then I will look for a motion, please.
Mr. President, I move the board approves the request to increase and decrease full-time equivalent of certificated personnel for the 2020-2021 school year.
I'll second.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mayo. Durkee, Ms. Durkee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Count?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to staff for going to great detail there and helping us with the decision. So we move along to item 18.1, our business items. So this is the review and potential approval of independent service contract between MDUSD and Dr. Sherry Burke, licensed educational psychologist. And this is one that Ms. Mason and I, in working with staff, this often would go on the consent agenda, but we just felt that there's so many questions about this type of thing as we return to school, including ourselves. And so we wanted to go ahead and put it on the business docket. And Dr. Aguili, would you be able to give some context to this, please?
Yes, so this contract is a not to exceed contract. And Dr. Burke is a person who conducts independent educational evaluations for us. And that is part of the regulations that if a family disagrees with an assessment, then the district has a right to file to defend that assessment to prove that it is in fact a valid assessment, or they have to contract with an outside provider, and that provider is must meet certain criteria that are established by the district, but the family does get to select them. So this contract is not a flat limit, it's a not to exceed contract should a family choose to use that provider for that service. But she's pretty well known in the area and her work is very well respected.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board?
Just, I assume this is something she'd be able to do online if needed, or does she have to meet one-on-one?
Well, should a family request her in order to provide the services, then we would work with her to make sure that the service could be provided remotely. A lot of the assessment companies are now starting to evaluate how their assessments are performed, which is actually something we're looking at as an internal process also as we move forward for the year. We'll have a group working on that. And should any component be required to be performed in person, such as manipulatives or those types of things, we would work with her to ensure that that's done safely, following all of social distancing, PPE, and all of the sanitation protocols outlined by the county.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Great. Could I get a motion on item 18.1, please?
Mr. President, I move the board approve the independent service contract with Dr. Sherry Burke for the 2020-2021 school year in the amount of $35,000.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mayo and Ms. Mason. Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee,
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. We move along to 18.2, which is review and potential approval of Crossroad High School's independent service contract with Lori Gullickson for counseling services for the 2020-2021 school year. Do we have a brief overview of this one?
Yes, this was also pulled from consent because there might have been some questions with regards to what does this type of therapy look like in a full-time distance learning model. So this licensed marriage family therapist has worked with Crossroads for over 20 years. The position or the contract is entirely grant funded. And this individual would be providing individual couples and family therapy services via online tools, including but not limited to text, Zoom, phone calls, Google Meets, those types of check-ins, as well as community building activities. And just for the public, the Crossroads program is a program for our parenting students that are not only caring for children, but also individuals attending school. Also providing case management services, including connecting students and family with resources in the community. So as you can imagine, with the sheltering in place and the pandemic happening, the need for community resources is significant.
Thank you for that. Do we have questions here on item 18.2? Okay, do we have a motion?
Mr. President, I'll move the approval of Crossroad High School's independent service contract with Lori Gullickson for counseling services for the 2021 school year.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Durkee for the motion, Ms. Mason for the second. Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. We move along to 18.3, which is review and potential approval of 2020-2021 pending computer technology purchases spreadsheet through July 22nd, 2020. I presume Dr. Gonzalez, is this, do you have info for us on this item, or is it someone else? Yep, we're not able to hear.
I sound so much better when I'm muted. I'm going to let Elizabeth, she's coming in from another room and she'll be able to address this. She is our Director of Purchasing and Warehouse.
Good evening. So this is based off of a bid that we had a few years ago, and per the direction of the board and the executive council, they wanted to see our orders every month. So we have presented these this month. This basically is the starting of this new fiscal year for us. Don't know if there's any questions on it. Basically, the pending orders are in yellow, and our ones that are under the bid threshold of 25,000, which the board allows me to go ahead and purchase, are in green. And there's one on here that is a large one for Decotech that is actually 900,000. That was a prior board approval last spring and in March. One of the things we have on here that we wanted to point out was additional purchases of more Chromebooks for our students and for to replace some of the ones that we're distributing and getting out to our staff and students for this fall. Are there any questions on it?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if this is for Lisa Gonzalez or, but just looking at the purchases, and I think this was said earlier in the meeting that the decision was made to order Chromebooks only for TK through 12 as opposed to tablets, which had been a recommendation prior by the work group. So kind of, I guess, circling back around to hopefully enough perspectives were brought in to play in that decision. The other thing that I recall from the work group was a discussion of high school students in particular academies that Chromebooks were not sufficient for. So we had students apparently in the spring who were not able to gain their college credit or credit for their course because Adobe doesn't work on Chromebooks. And so they actually had a list of what technology needs they would have for students in the digital academy. So I don't know if those purchases are in here or if they've been accounted for.
Let me have Lisa. I'm going to switch places with Lisa, and she will go ahead and answer those. And then if you need me back, I will be back. Thank you.
So with regard to the other, here, hang on, I'm just pulling up some notes here. There's some information that I'm happy to go back and share with the board, but what I've been finding out in conversations and in data that have been collected by Heather Fontanilla, who leads a lot of our CTE programs, the amount of money that our CTE programs are requesting is actually in the $600,000 to $700,000 range just for digital media, and that's before we start looking at any of the other programs. So at this point in time, we are not making a recommendation to purchase any of those until we can identify a funding source. She did let me know that she's allocated $25,000 per group, but what we've, or per pathway, if you will. But one of the things that we've really taken a look at is that a lot of what it is that they are asking for at this point in time is temporary per the closure. When I've spoken in depth with her and she's talked with a lot of the instructors, what she's also learned is that students who are in articulated programs with the community colleges, it is based on instructor. So some of the instructors in the programs are requiring the portfolios, some are not. Some are giving students other options to be able to complete the work. So at this point in time, we are not bringing forward a recommendation for those.
So does it make sense to still enroll students in a course that they might not potentially be able to complete? Because my understanding was that there were some students who might have their own computer and they were able to complete the course, but we had other students, particularly at Mount Diablo High School, who could not afford to purchase that computer themselves with the Adobe software that they needed. And they were the ones who didn't get the credit. So that's my concern. Should we say, should we change our plan of what course options are offered this year if we know that we are not able to provide the appropriate technology?
Well, that's one of the directions we can go. The other direction that I've been talking with Ms. Fontanilla about is having some conversations with those a little higher up at both Los Medanos and DVC to really talk about what the instructors are requiring and where we can have perhaps specific instructors who might be a little more flexible with their instruction to be working with students in our programs and our courses.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for flagging that. Do we have any other questions?
I guess my other question would just be, I don't see another order for mobile hotspots. So are we assuming that 600 is what we think we will need on August 17th at this point?
What we're doing at this point is we are looking at a number of different vendors. We are looking to see what the best deals are that are out there right now. And this is something that I'm continuing to have conversations with digital advisors as well as both AT&T and Verizon and T-Mobile.
So the deal that we bought the 600 with, that you wouldn't just use the same deal? You would be looking at other deals now?
We're looking to see if there's still options for going back to that deal. So that was something that was offered by the California Department of Education.
Right.
We're now discussing an issue that we're not, this is, so.
All right, I thought that would have gone under technology purchase, but okay.
So are there questions regarding what is on the docket here? Okay. Can I get a motion, please?
Mr. President, I move the approval of the 2021 pending computer technology purchases spreadsheet through July 22nd, 2020.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mayo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Okay, I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. Thank you for that. We now move along to 18.4, the approval of the revised school calendar. Dr. Clark, over to you. Unless you have someone else who you would like to have introduce this.
No, I'll introduce it, but it's again, I think this is something that we have discussed. If we are going to adjust when our first day of school is, and if we are going to adjust those professional development days, then what we're bringing forward to you is an updated calendar.
So I would make a motion, we approve the revised 2020-2021 school calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, before I call for a vote, do we have any discussion or any questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Mason, for the motion. Ms. Durkee for the second. Ms. Durkee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. So we've now changed the start date for, so we've moved 2 professional development days up, and we've moved the first student instruction day to August 17th. So
And I just want to double check with Mrs. Scudero. That's we're good there.
Yeah, we're good. We ran this by all the bargaining units and they all approved. The only 2 with concerns was around training of their staff members, and with distance learning, they'll have more training for the staff members than they had in years before.
Thank you.
wonderful. We appreciate our bargaining units working with us and providing more flexibility. I think this is definitely, in the best interest of our students. So we thank them for that. And with that, we move to item 18.5, review of establishment of SACS Fund 08 Student Activity Special Revenue Fund. Dr. Clark or Dr. Gonzalez?
Yeah, I was, there she is.
Hang on. I'm going to bring over Mika, our Director of Fiscal Services. Hang on, she's running in.
Hi, good evening. So this was established by the CDE, and we would like to request county to provide the SACS Fund 08 to record the student activity that is specifically for ASB, Associated Student Body activity. And the county fund will most likely be 18, but we wanted to bring this to the board as an information.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Ms. Mayo, you're on mute.
Thank you. I support this. I was just curious. I was looking through some previous board agendas to try to figure out how much is typically carried over in the student body accounts from year to year. Could you give an estimate?
So currently, most of the student body activities are done at the school level, and carry over wise, I'm sorry, I don't have the information, but definitely I can bring it over to you.
I'll translate. I think she said, okay, thank you. All right. Do I have a motion on this item?
I think it's, It says information
Information.
only.
Thank you. Apologies. So that was an information item. And with that, that concludes our business agenda. There were no items that would be carried over to closed session. So I would go ahead and I will adjourn the meeting in memory of Julie Hernandez and Alexa Despens. So thank you and have a good night.
Thank you.
Sure.
Good evening.